Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Friday, April the 19th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Couple of yeses to let me or to tell me. There are more than six, Todd. I don't know where you're getting that. Um, Thank you, Mark. So just need a couple of yeses to let me know you can see me or see my screen and hear me. Lugano, from Switzerland again. Les, thank you very much in YouTube. Okay, we had a little glitch in YouTube yesterday. I don't think we have it today. All right, guys. So before I start talking about the different stocks like the ZCMD that is on the move this morning, I guess the Bitcoin halving event is supposed to be tomorrow. I think it's supposed to be tomorrow. So, I mean, here's the theory, guys. So it makes it harder for miners to make money. It's not, understand, Bitcoin itself is not being halved, okay? This is not like a forward split, but the amount of money miners can make from mining a Bitcoin, one Bitcoin, is cut in half. So the theory being now is that maybe there'll be fewer Bitcoins added to the supply, and as long as the demand is still there or if it goes up, in theory, Bitcoin should rise. Okay, that is the theory. So I'm looking at IBIT right now, and this is coming from somebody who's never bought Bitcoin. I'm not into. Well, I shouldn't say not into it. I just don't quite understand it. I can read it. I can read it. All sorts of different books. No, not books that I've read, but articles that I've read. I still don't quite get it, but it doesn't really matter. All I know is this: is that in theory, as long as the demand is still going to be there for Bitcoin, in theory, it should run. Okay, rise. I don't mean today. Now, I did read an article that somebody said, no, this is only the fourth time this has happened, this Bitcoin halving event. And in the previous three, so it's not like a huge sample size, um, between 15 to 45 days before and after the event, the price actually went down a bit. So there's that. Anyway, so it is 11 hours and 30 minutes. Okay. So in other words, it's after the market closes today. Okay. Sure, this entirely. So, John, okay, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. So, you can have these two right here, but you're looking for this also? Okay. See if I've got it. What is it called? Doc pre-market scans layout. Remember, this is what I only use in the pre-market. That's why it's called Doc pre-market scans layout. All right, now, guys. So what else is happening? So the ZCMD, I'm not sure that I could see any reason for this. I'm scouring my headlines. I don't see any reason for this one moving higher. China stock, low float, 1.85 million in the float. China stock, low float. So that's the only, but again, I don't see any specific reason for this run for ZCMD. Now, this one could get interesting. If you looked at this in the pre-market, RWOD, this is a SPAC, okay? And it actually ran all the way up to 31.87. It has come right back down to 13 or so, still up 61%. So they have approved the merger of this company called Anu Medical. So they'll be taking this company, Anu Medical, which I guess is a private company. They'll be taking that public. I don't see a date that they're actually going to do it, but usually it's fairly soon after the agreement. Okay, so again, if you don't know what a SPAC is, it's a company set up specifically. They put money into it, and specifically to go and look for companies to merge with, to take public in a far easier way than the normal IPO route. Okay, but it can take months and months and months. This I don't know when this SPAC was set up. Could have been a year ago. Anyway, they go looking for a company to merge with, and I guess finally they have found one. But you can see what happens over the course of time. Doesn't really do much until they get closer and closer to the actual merger. So is that Singapore? Is that Singapore? Okay. Thank you. I know Casa put that out there. I wasn't sure. Just give me a moment, please, guys. I don't know why I didn't see that one before, but just give me one moment and I'll explain what I'm talking about. Yes. Okay. No kidding. And there's one next week too. So now, listen, if you're new to trading, this is not, I shouldn't say it's not for you, but there is a Singapore IPO today, very low float, low priced. In fact, MNDR, which I have on my watch list today, MNDR. This was the one from last week, and look what it's done. I'm not saying every Singapore stock is going to do this, but look what it's done. It's gone from 473 all the way up to 2177, and this is basically in 2 weeks. So, and what we've seen is that some of the Singapore IPOs are the ones to really watch, as opposed to the China ones. But again, TRS, so I have it set, TRSG. I'm going to know when it starts to trade, and we'll just have to see what happens once it opens. Netflix, guys. So Netflix was the big one after hours yesterday. Now, on the surface, there was a big spike. I mean, I think revenues increased, et cetera. But, we're in a market right now, we're still hovering around that 500 mark. Okay. We're in a market right now that I don't know. Nobody really wants to buy anything. So even though Netflix came out with looked like pretty good results, I know they said that going forward in 2025, we're not going to talk about how many subscribers we've got. We're just going to talk about revenue growth, like most companies. Okay, but anyway, that's yeah. This was they're going to shift from subscriber milestones from quarterly figures. So, but it all looked good for Netflix. When they released, it got up to 641, and now it's down to 567. Now, DJT is where are you here? DJT is on the move again after a nice day yesterday. Continuation. Again, they're trying to plead with the SEC to or tell their shareholders how to prevent shorts from being attained. Okay. So anyway, that's I guess is the reason. And let's see, Agma. Boy, this one from yesterday. AGBA. This from yesterday. I mean, look what happened yesterday. So it had a. It actually. This doesn't really tell the story. Am I wrong? Yeah, this got up to. I don't know why our daily chart says. Oh, I'm sorry. This is the daily chart from yesterday. Excuse me. So this is the daily chart or the daily candle from yesterday, AGBA, and you can see that it got all the way up to about 150, but it closed down here right around a dollar. And I don't think the news of today is anything new, but they're just kind of rehashing it. I don't recall saying a $4 billion merger. Okay. I do know that they said they were merging with this company called Triller, but I don't recall having a price attached to it. I don't think it's a 4 billion. I think they're maybe trying to say it's a four, like the sector is $4 billion. Anyway, anything to pump the stock, 17 million in the float, China stock on the move. And let's see what else. YYAI kind of on the move a little bit here, guys. The reason I mentioned this was another, again, it started trading as YYAI here on the 15th, got as high as 266, and it pulled back. We now have to see what happens today. And it is up 11%, a lot of volume. This was not an IPO. This was a symbol name change. It used to be CNXA, and they changed their symbol to YYAI. I want to put AI in the name to take advantage of, well, AI. And yeah, the disaster du jour. I guess they're basically declaring insolvency, DCFC, so going out of business, trading lower after the company said it was likely to become insolvent and placed in administration. So there's that. Hopefully, nobody was in that one. Now, this was not ever a $300 stock. It had done. This is in fact it could have even been higher if I go back on a monthly chart. This is reverse split adjusted, but definitely it's been a disaster. So all eyes, I guess, on the SPY today, guys. Can that 500 be defended? What did it get down to in the pre-market? Now I don't know about that little gap down. I'm not sure that was real. We see a lot of sometimes in the pre-market on the SPY and some of the bigger stocks, we see some big bottoming tails and topping tails. It's some kind of an adjustment, but at any rate, 500, that psychological level, certainly a big psychological level for the SPY to try to hold. May not do it today. That's what I thought. That is what the 4 billion, yeah, Grumpy, was referring to. Not nothing to do with that's not the how much the merger cost or anything. That's the sector. It's a classic, though. You know, companies do that. We're in a $10 billion sector, and all we need is like 1 millionth of a percent. So I see that. Oh, okay. This is WAL. So this is actually an earnings play. Of course, this is one of the ones that was really hammered hard during the regional bank crisis of a couple of years ago. Really recovered well. It is an earnings play, so it's gapped down a little bit. And let's see. Now this is a penny stock, WLGS. You know, again, I still have. What did it get up to? Yeah, it didn't get quite to a dollar after hours. Wang and Lee Group, WLGS, China stock, and actually, it's okay. It's actually an earnings play. Released earnings after hours yesterday, so that was the reason for the big pop. But you know, again, I don't trade stocks under a dollar, but in case you do or you don't mind looking at them, here is one maybe to keep an eye on. Again, it's an earnings play, got up to almost a dollar after hours yesterday. All right, guys. Well, let's take a look at the major sectors and what's happening. So the SPY, we're in for, I mean, the SPY is basically neutral right now. It's down just a little bit. So let's take a look at the major sectors. Now, for you guys, what you can do, you can click on new doc channel bar, and then you can click on show more, and then you can click on sector status. Okay. So what I've done is what I've done is I've taken that sector status and I turned all of these into the tree map format. Okay. So in other words, instead of in this grid format, it'll look like this. So I can kind of see the stocks a little more dynamically. So that's what I'm going to do. Hmm. Okay. So it's the same thing. It's just in a different format. Okay. So what you are seeing here Okay, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So there's XLE, the major ETF for energy. When you see it's approximately 50-50, so what that means is that approximately, I mean, it says 45% in green. So 45% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. That's what these numbers refer to. Okay. So what I really look for is, let's just say this was 100% or almost 100%, say 100% in green or 100% in red, but maybe there'd be an outlier. In other words, most of the stocks, maybe 90% are up from yesterday's close. And then you see one that is really down for some reason. In other words, going counter to the trend. I would definitely click on that one. I don't mean this one right here because it's basically 50-50, but I'm just trying to see if I can find anything. So you can look at First Solar as an example, okay? First Solar is in the technology sector, XLK. 77% of the stocks are down from yesterday's close, but look at First Solar. Now we know that First Solar and TAN, look at First Solar. So this is a 15-minute chart. Let me expand this just a little bit. This is a 15-minute chart. So look at First Solar, guys. So First Solar is definitely kind of bucking the technology trend. Okay. And we know that solar had some news yesterday in general, and First Solar is kind of the leader in the industry. But also take a look at TAN. TAN is the ETF for the industry, and it has not really moved that much. So it's really First Solar. Yeah, First Solar on its own, and as Wells Fargo upgrades to overweight from equal weight. Okay, let's see if there are anybody else. Barclays with a target of 227. What are we at now? Yeah, so Barclays. Now, guys, if you're new to this, don't think, "Wow, I better just buy this right now," because it's at 178 now, and Barclays saying it's going to go to 227. No, okay, this is a like an opinion. Call it an opinion, but we're getting a few of them. Roth 230. So there's a lot of lot of bullish talk about First Solar. Meanwhile, guys, AGBA continues to run here pre-market. AGBA. So again, you can take a look at First Solar, and that is certainly one to keep an eye on. It is definitely counter to the rest of its sector. Now, what I want to look at now is, now that we're starting to get, we're into a market, a bit of a fear market. Take a look at XLU. I want to see what XLU is doing. This is the ETF. This is the utilities sector, okay? And now, this is what normally can happen. Now, there is the 200-day moving average, okay? That blue line. When the market starts moving down, a lot of people, what they'll do is they want to go into what is called kind of a safer stocks that maybe have dividends, things like that. And that's why we're seeing this move away from the 200-day moving average, as opposed to something like, here's consumer staples. Well, okay, that wasn't the one I was. XL. Give me a moment. It's I want to see discretionary. I've got to get rid of some of these things. Got so many duplicates going. Okay, so yesterday XLY, which is consumer discretionary, that was getting closer to the 200-day moving average, and you can see right there. Look how it closed right on it. That blue line. Now remember, 3 weeks ago, before the SPY was, we're in a bit of like three. The SPY has been down 3 weeks now. And before then, every single major sector was way above the 200-day moving average. Okay. So this is what's happening. We're starting to get down to that 200-day moving average. Let's take a look at financials, XLF. Now you can't see it. And I'll back this daily chart out just a little bit. Okay, so you can see the 200-day moving average rising into the price, still way above it. Let's take a look at healthcare, XLV. Yeah, you can see healthcare. Look how it's been dropping, 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 getting closer to that 200-day moving average. Take a look at the tech sector, XLK. Yeah, I mean, look, I can just sort of see. Look at this, dropping, 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 moving into that 200-day moving average. Communications, XLC. XLC is still kind of hanging tough. Okay, definitely technology is more in the downtrend than I mean, XLC is dropping a bit, but not nearly as much as XLK. Retail. Let's take a look at retail. Yeah, again, look at the drop, drop, drop. 200-day moving average getting closer. Materials, XLB. Yeah, it's still quite a, it isn't dropping, but it's still quite a bit above. And industrials. Let's take a look at XLI industrials. Yeah, I mean, still quite a bit above, but so you can see that we've got consumer staples. I'm sorry, consumer discretionary is sitting right on it. And we'll see if that, oh, energy, sorry, XLE energy. I mean, but this is typical. I mean, what you're seeing with most of the major sectors, you're going to see a move like this. There's the 200-day moving average. Right here. Where is the normal active stock list? Right here. These are the active stocks right now today, Sean. So if you want this, this is pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down, okay? Which I'll be displaying for another, what time is it now? 9:22, maybe 2 or 3 more minutes, and then I'm going to switch to the layout that I use when the market opens. So if you wanted these two, the pre-market actives up and down, I put my homepage link in, and all you have to do is scroll down until the middle section. These are my scans, and it's these two right here. Now, when you load it, not just you, Sean, but anybody, you will more than likely see it like this. Okay, in the old grid. Well, I shouldn't say old. I mean, we still have the grid format. If this is the way you want it displayed, fine. I much prefer it like this. So when you right click on the top list window now, you should have is if you've downloaded the latest production version, it should say show tree map. Okay. And when you click on that, now you get this presentation, which I like a lot better. The reason being is that front and center all day long, you'll see the stocks that are, should be watched. Yeah, for me, it's just a more highly visual display. Okay. So ahead of the market. Now, right now, what I'm going to do is get the layout that I use once the market opens. Now, this window that you're going to see once it gets populated, it is basically the same as the pre-market active up. Okay, basically the same, except it'll of course it'll run all day. Um, so you don't have the tree map now. When you say you updated, let me just check on the homepage because I was told that the new production version. Just give me a moment. Ah, give me a moment. You have to download the beta then, okay? I was told it was going to be in the production version, but if you did not you had to download the beta in order to get the tree map. Sorry about that, guys. I was told that the latest version, the production version, would have the tree map, but I guess this is the old version still. So if you want to have the tree map meaning the top list window that will present data like that, you have to still download the latest beta. Okay. All right. Well, and so I got to get an answer on that one. I was told that it was today because we've got this test drive going on, and so when people were downloading the production version, which is typical what people will do, they will not. I mean, the beta is absolutely fine. Okay, it's absolutely fine. But if I were new and I wanted to download a version of the product and I saw production version versus beta, of course I would download the production version. But unfortunately, I guess it still hasn't made this the tree map option has still not made it in there. Well, what I'm going to do on the spy here, guys, I am going to put a price alert up here. I'm going to oops, I'm going to bracket a price alert. So what I've done is I put price alerts, the high here and the low here. There's blue lines. Just want to see what the spy does early on, anyway. Ah, yes, thank you, Blaine. William is not here today, so he's usually my my unofficial secretary, letting me know when the market's going to open. So yes, 30 seconds, less than 30 seconds for the market to open, everybody. Now, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I tend to let things settle down. Try to let things settle down a little bit. Okay. Not that after 15 everything is settled down, but certainly in the first 15, things can be very volatile, up, down, up, down. So that's typically when I don't like to trade. All right, guys, we're now open. Whoa, there's ARM, man. ARM, usually successful IPO until the market starts moving down. And wow, look at 164 now down to 100. Now that's a few weeks ago, of course, but there's ARM. Um, threatening on a 100 break. Arm holdings are trading lower after Paribas downgraded the stock from outperformed to neutral. Fine, but I mean, this is basically there's nothing specifically wrong with ARM. It's just the overall market. Oh, look at Uber, guys. Uber on the way down here. Is this an earnings play? No, not an earnings play. Ah, okay. So maybe that's the reason. Indian ride-hailing company Ola is planning an initial public offering, so that'll be rival to Uber in India. Big market, obviously. So maybe that's the reason why Uber's a little bit weak right now. All right, guys. Now, Under Armour, for some reason, ah, Under Armour announces departure of. Okay, there's a new one on me. The Chief People and Administrative Officer. I don't know what's going on here. The Chief People and Administrative Officer. Okay. Or the name of what? Chernavia Rocker. Okay. I don't get. I've never heard that before. But whatever is that, the market's cheering that on. It's from Interactive Brokers, John. Okay. So I have Interactive Brokers, and that's where I use for my when when I'm looking for news intraday. Okay. If I'm looking for news, I'm looking for news that's happened in the past few days or even weeks. I'll look here in our news, but I'm looking for intraday news. I use Interactive Brokers. Meanwhile, what a star! What a star! Look at United Airlines, guys. Remember what the market's been doing, and look at United Airlines. Like this was the probably my worst call ever. Had earnings a couple of days ago. I thought it would fade. Had a nice pop in the pre-market, and I expected it to fade, and not even close. This is now the third day now, and look at this big. And there's some. I mean, there's a lot of who raised it to 70. Raymond James raised it to 70 price target from 66. I think even J.P. Morgan came in. Unbelievable. Again, this is in the face of a market that's been moving down. So just a tremendous run. I mean, 4 days ago, 3 days ago, this was $40, $52. I mean, it's a pretty big float. Well, big float, 326 million in the float. So there's a lot of stock in the float. And so for this sort of a move, that is fantastic. And let's take a look at Jets because I believe that this is the ETF for the airline industry. And my guess is Jets is going to look similar, not quite as dramatic as United Airlines, but still, you can see United Airlines is just pulling up the entire sector. Now, here's the RWAD, guys. Now, RWOD, very, very, very risky. It hit $31 in the pre-market, and they basically announced that the merger approved the merger agreement with this company called New Medical, which is a private company. So they'll be taking it public. I don't see a date that they're going to do it. So what happens in this case is that RWAD will cease to exist in terms of that symbol, and the new symbol. I don't know what it's going to be. Probably something close to like, well, they're merging with a new medical. So how about ANEWD or M? Sorry. Anyway, they'll let us know. Shady TWG. So this was the IPO from a couple of days ago. Now, before what time is it right now? 9:36. Good, I caught myself. So if you have our AI guys, so you're maybe part of the test drive and you're looking for our AI, this is all I would do. Okay, please listen carefully. Click on new from our toolbar. Click on new from the, oops, it's gonna pop off my screen. So click on new from the toolbar. You're going to see that we have three that start off with premium AI. All I would do is this, click on the middle one, the one that says premium AI strategy trades window. Okay. When you do that, this is the window that you're going to see. Notice that it's empty. You'll have no alerts until at least 9:40. Okay. At least 9:40. Doesn't mean you will get one at 9:40, but that's the earliest you'll get an AI alert. Okay. Now, how you trade them, if you trade them, is up to you. There's no video that's going to say, well, when you get an alert, this is what you're supposed to do. Okay. And I'm just going to wait for the alerts to happen. And I'm just looking at the SPY now, guys. Here's the opening 15-minute candle. We're only 3 minutes in, 7 minutes in, sorry. So at least it wasn't so far. It wasn't some giant red candle down. So we'll see what happens today. See if that how far underneath, if it does. I just have the feeling it's going to take out 500. All right, guys. So here are the miners. Okay. Now this is a miner. Now the miners have been so weak. Mara and let's see what's happening with Mara and Riot, the Bitcoin miners. So nothing because these are the ones who are really hit with this halving affair. Is it costing that they don't get as much? They get half what they got for mining Bitcoin, so their costs go up. Again, this is this event that happens now every 4 years. Let's get my coffee, guys. All right, now anything else showing up here that wasn't really prominent in the pre-market? How about NVFY? NVFY. Now look at this. Look at this move. See, nothing happened in the pre-market on NFVY. Sorry, NVFY. NVFY. BG, didn't you ask that question of? I think I saw a question like that because I don't think we have something. We don't have anything in the last 3 days. Okay, it's 5 days. I think you didn't you ask that question? Not to me, but in our general email. I mean, a 3 to 4 day runner, you can use consecutive days up. And but as far as the volume is concerned, again, we don't unfortunately, we just don't have a metric that's gonna look at, say, the last 3 days ago, what the volume is today. No, we don't have a 3-day, 20 to 30% in 3 days. We have 5 days, but I think you what didn't you wasn't that you? I could have sworn there was somebody else that asked literally the same question. Yeah, MMDR. Oh, okay. Okay, there was somebody else, sorry. There was somebody else that, 'cause I saw that email that came in a couple of days ago. Well, just on the surface, okay? Just on the surface, watch what I do, configure. So if I type in, see if this comes right at it. 5-day range, okay? You want it up 30%? I'm sorry, the change. Sorry, wrong. Change. Change in 5 days, okay? So there's your change in 5 days. That's a filter you can use. I don't have a scan for that right now, okay? But here's your filter that you can use, a change in 5 days. Add the filter, and you want a minimum of what, 20 to 30%? Well, you can put minimum whatever you want, 20 or 30, okay? That'll get you going. And then consecutive, you want consecutive days up, just start typing in consecutive, and here's consecutive days, add the filter, and if you want it minimum up over the last 3 days, like every single day, you can type in, 3. Okay, last 3 to 4 day runner, so you can type in 3 or 4, whatever you want. So that's how you can get started, okay? I do not have something I can give you. And then, of course, you wanna add your price range, your minimum volume, things like that, okay? Mhm. Look at this MNDR, guys. Again, Singapore stock. I am really excited about the one that could happen today. Give me one moment, guys. TRSG. Okay, guys. Yeah, so I'll be definitely waiting on the Singapore stock today, if and when it launches. Yeah, you guys can ask questions all day long, of course. There's no set time. We used to see that 10 for the big IPOs, okay? Like the big known IPOs used to be around 10:30 Eastern time, but even the big IPOs in over the last year or 2, I don't think there's no set time anymore, okay? There's no set time anymore. Just wait for it to open. Well, I like this one better. My time is gold. I like this one better. I like this front and center, showing me the stocks I should follow all day long. Okay. I still have, I'm still sharing other scans. You just don't see them. Okay. But they're on my other monitor. But I've had this layout for quite a while now. So WISA is doing its thing again, guys. WISA is doing its thing again. I think they announced the financing yesterday, didn't they? Or was it done? Didn't they? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they didn't. Maybe they didn't do a financing yesterday. But WISA's on the move again. So there's the hive yesterday, 752. Stick an alert there, guys, in case it just crashes through that. And then your next high looking left would be around 11. And in fact, I wonder if that happened right now. Oh, there's a SPY. Okay, so I put a price alert, the SPY just over 500, just to see if it would get back to 500. So far it's back at 500. Hmm. Well, WISA's really on the move now, guys. All right, it is 9:46. So notice we've had no AI alerts. Okay, remember what I said. You won't get one until at least 9:40. Doesn't mean you'll get one at 9:40. So there has not been an alert yet. In case you're wondering what's wrong with the AI, there's nothing wrong. Just that you know the strategies that made the cut, nothing is triggered from them. Not yet. All right, Huma, Huma. I saw this one a little earlier. Not a lot of action in the pre-market, but moving now. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is 468. So there's room on a weekly chart to keep running until it hits that next high. Nice day yesterday. Bit of a continuation today. Trying to see if there's any specific reason on it. I'm going to check for yesterday. I don't see any specific reason for Huma yesterday. Yes. Do you mind if I do that a little bit later, Olin? So the question in our YouTube room is, are you able to save a created save channel to the channel bar? Yes, you are. So you'll notice if I click on new and docked channel bar, docked, that's the one to use. Okay. The docked channel bar. You notice I have one up here called change from the open. So you can have 5 of them. Okay. Of your own channels up there. But if you don't mind, so the answer is yes, you can. But maybe if you just give me another 15 or 20 minutes, and I can show you how. I don't really do it. I mean, I think I had that one up there just to show people how to do it. I don't change my layout during the day. I mean, this is the layout that I use all day long. But again, the answer is yes, you can. All right, MRTN, Martin Transport. This is an earnings play. Okay, it is an earnings play. Released earnings after hours yesterday. I don't see any. Do I have this right here? No action after hours yesterday. Very little. Anyway, MRTN. So the big deal for this one, if it can get through 1654 or so, then the next high is up around 17. Wow, look at WISA now, guys. Again, it was a little too early for me to take it. But again, if you're a little less conservative than I am, this is what a move. And this is look left. The high yesterday was up here. And this has never been shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, WISA. Yeah, you wonder when this is going to start coming down. United Airlines. I mean, it's already had 53. It's well, I guess maybe now. Keep an eye on this one, guys, as finally maybe really topping out. There's a big topping tail on the first 15-minute chart or 15-minute candle. That's the 9:30 candle right there. So what does it mean? It means at one point United Airlines was up here, and the sellers came in and knocked it down here. The buyers are trying again. What time is it now? 9:51. So this candle, this 15-minute candle has 9 minutes to close. The buyers are tried again, but the sellers are still kind of knocking it down. If you get another like big topping tail here, eventually the buyers are going to say, okay, sellers, you can have your way for a while anyway. It's always this tug of war between buyers and sellers all day long. Interesting. The halts resumes is pretty inactive right now. This can be a very active. I don't call it really a scan. It's more news. It tells you when a stock is halted and then when it resumes, halted because usually this is a news halt. Again, basically, this company saying we're more than likely going to be insolvent. But most of the time, what we see here are stocks that are really jetted up really quickly and they get halted. It's called a volatility halt. All right, guys, here's one that's starting to move a little bit here. SLRN. And the high yesterday was a little over 5. If it can take out 5, that high of yesterday, it's got a little bit of room to 535. I'm just looking left on these daily charts. So some volume is coming in. See if there's any news on this one. I don't see any news really. Way back April 1st, April Fool's Day, Wainwright came in with a $28 price target for them. But, since then, that's what I'm saying. These price targets, take them with a grain of salt. It can give a little bit of a pop the day of, but not a lot of activity, guys. So there's I mentioned the NVFY. So listen, I mean, it's maybe a stretch, but if it can get over 329, you can see looking left, the next high is way up here. Okay, 441, and it is getting closer. And I do not see any specific reason for it other than the fact that it's a low float, 1.2 million in the float. So somewhere there's some group or some newsletter writer or somebody's pumping this on basically no news that I can find anyway. And oh, interesting. There's actually shares available for me to short at Interactive Brokers for this NVFY. Not many, 19,000. So the closer this gets to three, the whole number, you can, if you look left on the daily chart, you can kind of see there are about three candles right around three. I got 310, 303, and 305. That could be resistance, especially when you don't see any news at all. All right, I'm kind of watching this MNDR now. It's a little bit choppy opening up. We've got a topping on the second 15-minute candle, almost like a doji. We have a topping tail and a bottoming tail, and it's basically, hasn't moved. Now it's moving a little bit. Again, this is a Singapore stock. It started trading last week, and look what it's done. All right, guys. Now the HUSA, HUSA. So this is one of these little oil plays. Take a look at Indo. Indo usually, if these little guys are going to move, it's usually Indo kind of leads the pack, leads the way. 598 is the high looking left. Interesting. Still nothing from the AI. Again, there's nothing wrong. Okay, don't if you're thinking, where are the alerts? Nothing has triggered yet. Okay, in the no William today. No, he said he's off today. He wouldn't be here. Ovi. Now, guys, I should also mention there are. I'm moderating two trading rooms. Okay, I have the YouTube room and I have what I call the main room. There are more traders in the main room. Okay, you in both rooms, you see my screen and you hear me. But if you're looking for a little more action in terms of interaction amongst other traders, I'll give you a link. Of course, you can stay in YouTube if you want. That's fine. But if you're looking for a little more action, interaction amongst with other traders, you can come into the main room. All right, let's take a look at WISA now. And where is the VWAP? 677 is the VWAP. So, and you can see what's happening. It got close to the high of yesterday. See that blue line on my daily chart? It got close. High, it hits 750 in the high of yesterday. 754 is why I'm always looking left. If I'm going to if I'm going to take something that's moving from a decent pattern, okay, then I want to see where is that next high looking left on the daily chart. If I can't see that on the daily chart, then I look on the weekly. But you can just kind of see where it stopped so far. Now, if it breaks through that, then it could get running a lot more because there's the next high looking left is 1093. Not saying it's getting there, okay, or 1095. I'm certainly not saying it's going to get there if it takes this out, but that's kind of a, I'm not the only trader looking at stuff like this. Depends what you're looking. Okay, guys, look at that. I'm really actually excited about this one that if it opens today, the this Singaporean stock, if it does in fact open today. Because look at this, guys. I mean, again, there's no just because this is Singaporean IPO doesn't mean that the one, if it does open today, is going to do anything remotely the same. But man, so this is what I would do. Okay, type in TRSG into your chart. Okay, type in TRSG into your chart. It's not trading yet, and again, it may not open today, but it's scheduled to open today. So if I right click on it, and then create price alert, and just put one, because obviously it's going to open over one, and then save it. And then that'll be in your price alert window. If it triggers in your price alert window, the way I use it, I minimize my price alert window. If it triggers, this window will pop up on my screen. I cannot miss it. Have I noticed spreads are definitely not? I don't know. Depends on what you're looking at, of course. If you're looking at the low floaters, they can be wild spreads, but I can't say that I've noticed that the spreads are any different from 1 or 2 years ago. All depends on what you're really looking at, I guess. Really depends what you're looking at, though, Buck. I mean, if you're talking about a more expensive stock that has a low float, sure. But listen, I have not sort of looked at it that closely. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, guys. Okay, Bachman, in our YouTube room. All right, guys. So Uber under pressure a little bit here with the news that there will be a India, China ride sharing IPO. Okay, that was the news. Plans a 500 million IPO. Okay, and it's ride sharing. So competition, of course, with Uber in a huge market. So if you look left, I mean, it still has room to run on a weekly chart down to 66, 64. I'd be watching the 70 level to see if that whole number kind of holds it. Yeah, I'm not seeing a big. I mean, usually we get the halts resumes. Why this can be very active is because these low float stocks that just pop so high so quickly, and they get halted for a volatility halt, sort of a pause for 5 minutes. Just not see. So this is a bit of an indication that we're not in that sort of a market today. Anyway, doesn't mean there's going to be nothing to trade, but another indication is nothing in our AI yet, and typically our AI has been on the lookout for these ones that really pop. And so today, so far, nothing in our AI. So there's nothing wrong with the AI, guys. Okay, if you're part of this test drive and you wanted to, or you're a standard subscriber and you upgraded to our premium service for this 10 days, Yeah, Nikki, I'm not sure what's happened to Draw. It hasn't been here for 2 weeks now. Maybe he's on vacation. I hope nothing bad, but I haven't seen Draw. Cass is, though, always posting in the pre-market. Okay, so Shady is in AGBA. It says it triggered for him. His trigger was 134 with a stop at 124, okay? PJ, no, he's not banned. No. Believe it or not, he was never a subscriber to Trade Ideas, but I don't know, he's more of a swing trader. Maybe I don't know, but he's not banned. No, I haven't banned anybody from the room in a long, long, long time. We have a very civil group. Sometimes it gets I don't even want to say heated. Yeah, you're about due, Grumpy. You say something stupid, I'll ban you. No problem. Yeah, this is a very quiet morning. I mean, I'm going to go over some of this stuff maybe I'll go over it now. This momentum scan that I've got, usually it's super, super active because I don't have tough filters in here. And, we're just not a lot of activity right now. I mean, doesn't mean there's nothing to trade, but I admit, though, I am really looking forward to this Singapore IPO. I want to see what happens, how it starts to trade. Because again, I'm not the only one that knows about the Singapore IPO from last week. Okay, and so I think I understand traders' mentality. They're saying, "Wow, I wonder if this one can do something remotely the same." It's not in the same sector or anything like that. Keep an eye on the WISA guys, WISA. Keep an eye on it. Getting closer to that break again. Volume is still pretty good. We had, of course, the 945. That's the biggest candle so far, or volume bar so far. The volume is still pretty good. Now EYPT. This is one I was looking for a break of 17 yesterday, and it didn't happen. Actually, it had a big run and then the drop. Guys, if you're in the room yesterday, we couldn't figure out a reason why this one did this. EYPT 30 minutes straight down, big giant red candles, had a recovery. It was actually an AI alert to short. I tried it early and I got stopped out. And then later on in the day, look what happened. So let's if this breaks down through 17, because look left, look on the weekly chart. I mean, look how much room it's got. I don't know why. I don't know why it went up like this. Must have had some incredible news. Okay. But when I say look, I mean, this is November 27th, the week of, and then the following week in December of last year, look what happened. But now, it's in jeopardy of taking out 17. And I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get back down to 582, but so I'm going to stick a little. This is what I did yesterday. I stuck the alert yesterday was for a short at 17, I think, from our AI. I'm going to stick an alert maybe around 1673. I want to see it clear 17 in a pretty decent way. If it does, So you want to be part of the trial, okay, JK? Okay. Okay, guys, we're in this test drive plus contest, okay? Next week, we're going to put the links in. You can still sign up for it. Costs you $7.77. Okay, so here's the link. So actually, the question in our main room was, how do I up? Because this is also, if you're a standard subscriber, oops, if you're I might have to load it again. If you're a standard subscriber, let me go over this, okay? So we're this test drive just started. So if you want to have access to Trade Ideas, the full premium service, okay, and you've thought about maybe taking a look at Trade Ideas, about what it's all about. Well, here's your opportunity. It'll cost you $7.77. It has already started today, and it'll run to April 29th. Whoops, April 29th. Okay, that's Monday, April 29th, to the end of April 29th, 4 p.m. It'll cost you $7.77, and you'll have access to the full service, okay? Just as if you were a premium subscriber. So the question, though, from JK was, he must be a standard subscriber. If you want to have access to our AI for between now and the 29th, you can also do that. It'll cost us 777, and we'll upgrade you to our premium service, okay? Now, just a note, when the test drive is over, it's over. Okay. There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. Okay. We don't put you into a subscription. Now, also, as a bonus during the test drive, we're also having our contest. This will be, I think, the fifth one, and it'll start on Tuesday and it'll run to Thursday inclusive. And basically, it's a stock picking contest. Whoever makes the most money in those 3 days will win a $2,400 gift certificate from Amazon. Okay. So there's still time for you to sign up. Of course, this doesn't start till Tuesday, but there's still time. What the idea really is, okay, if you're going to be part of the contest, be nice to have access to the program ahead of time so you can at least understand what the capabilities are. And I'm going to go over that. Give me another 7 minutes or so. Usually do this around 10:20. Okay. So it costs you $7.77. Give me a moment. All right, what's the SPY doing? So again, the SPY is just battling around that 500 level. So I just have my doubts it's going to hold 500 today. Could be wrong. Nobody's really talking. None of the. I think there's one Fed guy talking at 10:30. Goolsby is talking at 10:30. So there could be some. I'm sure he's going to say, we don't think there's going to be an interest rate reduction this year. We all know that. So just shh. You don't have to keep telling us that, okay? Wow. Meanwhile, good for you. Whoever took NVFY, good for you. Now look at it, guys. Look at the room it's got. This is what I was saying. 329 is the high looking left, and it's basically right there. But this is the high looking left now, 443. That was the high it had to take out. And this is a low float, 1.2 million in the float. I don't see any news on it. Again, not that there has to be news for a stock to run, of course, but And see, look at this front and center now, guys, front and center. Okay, there's a there's a spy. I put an alert at the bottom end of that range. So, but the good thing about trade ideas is that we're always looking for the sort of the alpha stocks, the ones that are trading that don't care really about what the market's doing within reason. Okay, and obviously NVFY is one of them. It doesn't care what the market's doing. Here's the market moving down. Here's this one moving up. And that's what what we're excellent at finding, the alpha, what we call alpha stocks. So let me go over my homepage, okay? What about why you have three question marks after ASI, AC, SI? I'm talking to in our YouTube room. Why do you have three question marks after that? Remember, I'm not telling anybody what to buy or sell. I'm just pointing out these are but this is certainly something that you look left and it's got the room. Not saying it's getting there, okay? People sometimes say, "Well, are you saying it's going to get to 443?" Of course not. If I knew it was going to get to 443, well, we'd all be mega millionaires. Just put everything you own into this. All I try to do is take one aspect of why a stock won't keep moving higher out of the equation, and that's looking left to see where the next high is. A lot of other reasons why it may not continue, but at least we can take that out of the equation. All right, let me go over my homepage now and what you can find on it. Now, also, if you want my scan, okay, or what you see here, if you want exactly this, you're going to have it. Okay, and it obviously it's called Barry's layout. Okay, of course you don't have to, but there is my layout. Somebody was requesting it yesterday. So now on my homepage, okay, guys. Now you notice that there is an AI alert now. So if you're listening to me and you're part of the test drive and you're saying, "Well, wait a minute, where is that AI alert?" Just put up your hand, and I'll show you where. So, of course, I don't mind displaying this now. I don't display this typically, but because it's not fair for people who pay for the AI. But now I will admit this is the okay, Brad. Where did it go? Good question. So uncheck the filter, okay, or in the filter box here, you see mine says none. Uncheck. I really disagree with this. Okay, but uncheck it. Probably says profitable trades. Uncheck it so that it says none. Then you're going to see the trade. Then you're going to see the alerts all day long. And the reason I like that is because sometimes you get an alert and maybe it doesn't move in the direction that the AI suggested early on, but maybe it's setting up at a lower price in which you can get it. Okay. So I would want to see them all day long. Oh, just give me a moment, guys. Get rid of that. Look at this. Halted already. Halted already. No chance to get it for me anyway. So pardon pardon the interruption here, guys. So this is the one. This is the Singaporean stock, TRSG. It just opened, but it got halted immediately. I was going to actually take it. I don't usually do that immediately, but it got halted before I could even take it. Look at WISA now, guys. WISI at WISI, WISA. Yeah, I think it was impossible. I think it got halted almost immediately. But that's okay. It doesn't mean it's going to be untradeable today. But all right. Okay, guys. So if you're unfamiliar, I'm going to interrupt. I know I was going to go over my homepage. Okay. So there's the halt. Okay, for TRSG at 10:20 plus 4 seconds. Okay. And wait a minute. I want to find where's my AI. Just give me a moment. Okay. So typically, and notice this is sort of a quirk of our halts resumes. Okay. TRS, sometimes an IPO will show up as a resume. Not all the time. I would say 85 to 90% of the time. And that's why this showed up here. But it got immediately halted. So typically they are 5-minute halts. So if it is a 5-minute halt, it should open around 10:25 ish. Okay. Okay, I'm going to answer a question in our YouTube room. On your shorts, you're getting a lot of product not good for shorting, rejected. Can you explain this? Well, that's your broker, right? I mean, it's nothing to do with trade ideas. Your broker, have you ever shorted before? Whiskey Fool? Look at WISA guys, big 8 break, maybe coming up now. Have you ever shorted before, Whiskey Fool? I mean, that's just your broker telling you that. So they don't have they either don't have shorts available for you. So if you're talking about the AI as an example, okay, and you wanted to short that PAPL, I have no shorts available. I also at Interactive Brokers. So that's so if you're talking specifically about PAPL, because the AI suggested a short for it, but there are no shorts available for me in Interactive Brokers. I don't know who your broker is, but that is obviously your that's the error message. Well, not the error message. You're getting that message. Remember, not every broker has shorts available for every single stock. Yeah, it's only specific. So, I mean, if you wanted to short Microsoft as an example, I don't know, but put a short way above Microsoft's price. I'm sure it's not. You're not going to get that. You're not going to get that message. All right, guys, this is the uh-oh right here. Okay, TRSG opened and opened the low, did it? Now, again, I'm not saying that it's going to act the same way as MNDR, okay? And MNDR the day of was not like it didn't race all the way. It paused somewhat. So, but all right, guys. Again, this is not a recommendation, but I'm taking a fly. I've taken a flyer on this. Holy, oh man, I think I got out. I think it's halted again, and I think I got out just at the halt. I think it's halted again. I think. Yeah, I got out some of the. Okay, I got out. Yeah, 778. I got out some, and so again, this is 816 now is the potential open. This was an IPO from yesterday, guys. CTRI, not Singapore. A lot more expensive, bigger names behind it, and all. Okay, guys. So I've got to wait. I've got to. Well, I have 5 minutes anyway. I would hope, not I hope. I would think it's going to be a 5 minute halt for this one. Give me a moment, guys. All right. Just waiting on this. See what happens if it opens. Now I got to look at DJT. I don't think Interactive Brokers has shorts for it again. Yeah, it's interesting, because the news, they're telling their shareholders, do everything you can to prevent your stock from being shorted. Okay, but it's interesting to me. Interactive Brokers has not had shorts available for that for a long time, and they're one of the bigger firms. So, but if you have Centerpoint, look at MMDR, guys. There's- Now there is another Singapore IPO next week, so interesting to see what's happening. It used to be the China IPOs that did this, but right now the attention seems to be turned to the Singapore IPOs. Okay, well, maybe they were flashed, but this is what I've got still. The contract will be, I mean, yeah, I could ask them to find shorts for me, but I don't do that because by the time they find the shorts. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to have to wait a little bit talking about my homepage. I want to see how this opens, this TRSG. I mean, believe it or not, I'm actually thinking of just holding a little piece of this in order, maybe on a bit of a swing, just in case it does something crazy. But again, this is not a recommendation due to what I may do. Okay. So 10:31 plus 47 seconds. So in less than a minute, if this is a 5-minute halt, again, typically they are 5-minute halts. This was actually probably a 5-minute halt. You see, it was well, it says resumed at 10:20 plus 4 seconds. It's not really that's when it started to trade. My guess is that in at 10:20 plus 19 seconds is when it was halted, and then it opened 5 minutes later. All right. If it's a 5-minute halt, it's going to open in 10 seconds from now. If it's a 5-minute halt, and I've got looks like the 8 level, 8:15. It could open around 8:15, 8:60. There it goes. Open, guys. Open. Wow. All right. I've got most of it at 8:40. I may get back in it later on. I have a little piece left, but I got most of it out at 8:40. I know it's above that now, but we could get a nice pullback and wow, look at this now. So listen, I got to give a big shout out to Casa in our main room, okay? Big shout out to Casa in the main room because I know I'm teasing you guys, but where is it? There we are. So at 8:56 a.m., obviously, Eastern time, Casa posted IPO TRSG $4, 1.25 million in the float. Okay. I did not have that one up. Now we would have seen it. Granted, it would have seen it, but much better to be up a little bit prepared ahead of time. Okay. So he posted that in the room at 8:36. So we knew about it. I did not know about this. Now, next week, this is the one next week. FBGL. Okay. FBGL supposed to open next week, another Singaporean stock. Again, 1.9 million shares at 4. Okay. See, does it sound familiar? PRSRG, about the same number. 4. Does it sound familiar? And a Singaporean stock. And look at this, guys. I mean, here's the potential open for it. So this screen you see here, I should have mentioned this before. This screen you see here, this is from Interactive Brokers, okay? This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. This blue screen, nothing to do with trade ideas. There you can see this. Sometimes you don't see the symbol, but that is the symbol, TRSG, halted at 941. This column, usually it's more full, but this column is a suggestion about where it may open when it resumes. Of course, if you're in this one now, like me, you want to see a number higher than no, I mean way earlier, of course, but you want to see a number higher than the halt price. And look at this. Listen, this could collapse just as easily as it's going up. Okay, so don't get too crazy on it. All right. Well, guys, now maybe well, I've got to wait for it to open. Okay. Just got to wait for it to open and see how it closes today. Okay. Could it go on a multi-day run? I mean, and I'm not saying it's going to do what MNDR did, but Oh man, look at this, 10:45. Come on. All right, opened, and it was exactly 5 minutes. You can see that 10:26 plus 47 seconds, 10:31 plus 47 seconds, and I think it's immediately halted. I was yeah, it's I think it's immediately halted. Now, yeah, if you're wondering, well, why didn't it show up here as a halt? Meanwhile, congrats on you guys with the NVFY. Okay. I'm not in this one, but congrats. I was suggesting, watching that 330 mark. And look what it did, though. It got above 330 and it pulled back down to 296. So it gave you the opportunity the next time it took out 330 to to get into the trade. And again, the big deal about this one, of course, looking left, 442. So just let me continue on this. Yeah, TSRG opened and it was immediately halted. Now, for whatever reason, the server I'm on, at Trade Ideas, we have different servers. If a stock halts within 30 seconds of being of its resumption, I don't get the halt for some reason. Now, some of you do. I know if William were here and his halts resumes, and maybe somebody else, it must be on a different server because you're getting the halt. For some reason, I don't get the halt. So actually, can I ask the question? Does anybody have the halt for TSRG and your halts resumes? Can you put the cloud link in? Can you put the cloud link in, please? I wanna see if it shows up in mine at all. Well, it probably will, and I wanna load it. Yeah, so James, you and I and others like Oliver, well, obviously drew the short straw, and we're on the server that for some reason just doesn't do it. I'm gonna bring it to our developers' attention again. It's not a big deal because I mean, I can if we're following this stock, I mean, I know it's halted. I don't have to have the halt, but just one of those things that it's wonder why. Okay, I don't want to load that. Denver, can you just give me the like the individual scan? Okay, not the entire doc. So I just if your guys are going to give me if you're going to give it to me, I just want this. I don't want it in if you have it docked or part of a layout. Just this particular scan. And if you can't remember how to do it, all you have to do is go to like the halts resumes, which in your dock, and just right click on it, okay, and then duplicate into a free floating window. And then it takes it out of the dock and it'd be okay. So I guess you must have done that. Okay, let's take a look at it. There we are. Yeah. Yeah. So there is your halt at 10:32. Because what I want to do is I want to just show this to our developers and so maybe they can, I don't know, correct the server. So it did halt. The second halt was, or this halt, it was at 10:32, and I'll expand the time. So 10:32 plus 42 seconds. So, so obviously now this is not going to be a 10-minute, a 5-minute halt. Now, typically there are 5-minute halts, but if it's not a 5-minute halt, then typically it's a multiple of five. In other words, 10-minute halt next. So if it's a 10-minute halt, this will open at 10:42 plus 22 seconds plus 42 seconds, which is a little more than a minute from now. If it's a 10-minute halt, okay? Now, what I want, this will be interesting for me because I have yours. We'll see what happens if this gets halted immediately afterwards. And the fact that I've loaded yours, will it actually show? I doubt it will, but because remember, I'm still at the mercy of the server that I'm on at Trade Ideas. Well, not necessarily, Oliver. That's what I'm saying. I'll see, but I mean, it's exactly the same. There's no different filters. Okay, but remember, we're at the mercy of the server that we're on. Roy Ace, good morning. So, okay, if it is a 10-minute halt, it'll open in about 6 seconds. All right, guys. Okay, it just opened. It did just open, and now I do have the resume there. Now let's see if it gets halted immediately. This is unbelievable. This is wow. Okay, it's going to get halted again, guys. It's going to get halted again. It is going to get halted again, and I want to see if it shows up. How do I know? Because look how the bid ask is stalled on a stock that is trading like, oh man. Okay, so as you see, Oliver and others, even though we loaded that scan, okay, this one that is showing up on others, it's still not showing up on ours because it's the server that we're on. The web-based version, Ray. Okay, I do apologize, guys. This doesn't normally happen. Okay, normally I'm able to talk about my homepage at length. Know all the information you can find on it, including the scans that I'm sharing. But this has been wildly exciting for hopefully a lot of us with the TRSG. Okay, guys. So I'm going to put. Oops, wrong one. No, Roy. There's no way to do it. Okay, if I can understand your question. When you so I'm not sure I quite understand your question, but I mean, there's no option. I'm talking to Roy in our YouTube room, so in our main room. So if I left click on it and I want to zoom in and out, so I'm zooming in, now I'm going to zoom out. There's no option. When you say the left side is cut off, yeah, there's nothing you can do about it. You watch what I'm doing. Okay. Oh, I do? Well, then I don't know why yours isn't. I'm not doing so what I'm doing to zoom, Roy, is I left click on the chart that I want to zoom on, okay? On I now I'm running on a PC, so I control key, press down on my keyboard, and now I'm using my scroll wheel on my mouse, and I'm just scrolling in and out, okay? There's no option, okay? So keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard and use your scroll wheel on your mouse to scroll in and out. I will get to my home page. Just give me a moment. Remember I said earlier that I wasn't getting very many alerts and was pretty sleepy? Well, okay, so there have been questions about the halts resumes and how do you get it? Okay, so usually what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on my homepage link, and it's the same for the web-based version. Okay, everything, and I'll go right to my scans. Okay, before I talk about everything else you can see on my homepage. If I go right to my scans, so scroll down, click on the scan section, and here is the halts resumes. Okay, right there. Okay. So let me go over my homepage though. So again, if you want the halts resumes, click on my homepage link, scroll down to the middle section, which are my scans, and there it is, halts resumes. Okay. Okay. Now, if you do click on my homepage link, now I'm sorry, I didn't think I was going to have to keep doing this, but I guess I do. So okay, guys, TRSC just opened. Okay, now finally it's had the pullback, and now it's halted on the way. It's going to get halted on the way down. Again, I don't have too much left. Okay, and I'm toying with the idea of holding what I do have, seeing how it. See, I just want to see how it closes today. But this is the first. So this is what I'm saying though. You know, this is the first time it's open low, or it could open lower. Okay, so this is the relative strength leaders from the close percent. Okay, this is what you're seeing right here. This is a top list window. If I right click on it, notice I've got an option that says show tree map. If I uncheck it, this is typically what a top list window has looked like for years and years. A while ago, we added this option called show tree map. So typically, if you right click on a top list window and you click on show tree map, this is the presentation. If you do not have that option that says show tree map, okay, I was hoping it would be in the production version now. You have to go to you scroll up, go to the download section or the download up here, click on it and download the latest beta. Okay. Then you'll be able to see your top list window in this sort of a presentation. Now, if you don't care, you know, if you're happy enough with it like this, fine. But if you do want to see it like this, which I prefer, but you know, I'm not trying to force that on you, you'll have to download the latest beta. Okay. And the beta is fine. I was told that, you know, the beta would be now the new production version today, but I guess it just didn't, for whatever reason, make it in. Give me a moment. Give me one moment, guys. Okay. So on my homepage, this is what you're going to find. So if you want to take out now, if you're a part of this test drive, you obviously not going to do anything. But if you want to take out a subscription, you can use this promo code Barry15. You'll get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of Trade Ideas. Get started is a great quick introduction to the main aspects of Trade Ideas, starting off with the download and install, the first startup and login. Introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay. You have to do this. I mean, it is a software program. There's a bit of a learning curve. We try to make it very simple, though. These are some of the major aspects of the program. These are very short videos. Okay. If you are new to trading, Trading 101 is for you. This is a series of videos, all free, that you can take a look at. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas, he put these together. So it's not third party. The reason I say that all the time is because don't worry, you're not going to get inundated with like if it's a third party, you might get inundated with unwanted emails. So this is created by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. Okay. So if you're new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at this. Wonder what I'm gonna I don't well, I wonder what I'm gonna do it on. The daily stock of the day video that I do, free of course. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. This is our education section right here. Before I click on that and my scans, all I ask is that if at some point in time you do want to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. This is a free room, and the way we keep it free, every time people use my promo code to take out a subscription, the room gets credit for it. Okay. So the company looks at that and goes, okay, we don't mind keeping it free. Obviously, we use the room for marketing. I try not to be too overbearing on it, but you know, try to demonstrate the use of Trade Ideas all day long. You can ask me questions all day long. It is a trading room, yes. And today is a unique day because I had to pay attention to the TRSG, but typically I'm not that involved in a trade. So you can ask me questions all day long. Don't be shy. Okay. This is the education section right here. Nice one, BG. Glad to hear. Or our YouTube room. This is our user guide. So you click on the education section. This is the user guide. So again, if you're new and looking at this for the first time, don't get overwhelmed by everything that's in the user guide. Not unlike any other software program, there's with a huge manual. You don't have to learn everything, of course. There's the getting started again. Alert windows. I would look at this more. This is in more detail what an alert window is all about. A top list window. And I don't use stock racing really anymore, but there are people who will. So there's stock racing. You can see how I use price alerts all the time. So if you're looking for something, more than likely, if it's something I call it relatively major, like how to create a watch list, maybe how to create a price alert on a chart, things like that, you'll more than likely see it in here as a major section. Okay. So whiskey fool. So if you okay, so I better answer whiskey fool again. So you want my halt resumes? Is that what you mean? You want this scan? Is that I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Is that what you want? You want the scan? We have about a 7 or 8-second delay in YouTube, so okay. So, yeah, so I did post it. If you I'll post it again. You have to go to my homepage. So just give me a moment. Give me a moment. Okay, go to my homepage link, okay? And when you click on it, okay, scroll down a bit until you see the scan section right here. Click here, and there is the scan, halts resumes, okay? There it is. I'll answer your question, James, from our YouTube room also. Okay. Okay, good. All right. So your question, why is the VWAP subscription keep taking from my account? Not sure I understand what you mean. So first of all, let me make sure that the VWAP, I know you're talking about the add-on, right? The normal $49 a month add-on. So let me, oh, how do you unsubscribe from it? Oh, I see what you mean. How do you unsubscribe from it? I'm sorry. Um, can you, okay. You know what? That is more of an accounting question. Okay. So let me give you a link though, because I can't. Somebody will be able to help you. Okay. So if you click on my homepage link again, okay, click on my homepage link, okay, and you see the little pop-up that says need help? Click on the need help, click on the ask, and then click on the chat. And just say, "Hey, here's my email address. I would like to unsubscribe from the VWAP add-on." Okay? And they'll look at your account and I guarantee they'll be able to help you. Okay? I mean, there's probably a way to do it on our homepage, but beyond me. Okay, I'm sorry. But if you do this, there are people there. You can see there are people there right now, and somebody will help you. Okay, James? Yeah, you can unsubscribe. The only reason I don't say get people to do that, Pepe, I see all the time people saying I'm trying to unsubscribe from our account management, and I don't know if it's confusing, not just with VWAP, but for some reason it seems to be confusing. So, but you're absolutely right. You should be able to do it on the account management page. So probably just as easy to talk to somebody and let them do it. Okay. But you're absolutely right. It should be easy on the account management page. I just see so many emails that come in. Okay. Let me get back to my home page. I think I was here on the user guide. Okay. There's the getting that. This is in the education section on my homepage, the getting started. Now, daily support sessions. I take it. What time is it now? Wow. What a fast morning. 11 o'clock Eastern time already. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. I may not take as long a break just because we're in the test drive. So I want to stick around for questions and all. But typically I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. And it works out perfectly. 5 days of the week, Monday to Friday. We have five different traders that take over for me in our YouTube room. And today is Andy, and I'll confirm that. And why it's good to go over there while I'm on my break, because we all have different trading styles. Okay. So I think it's a good idea. You can head over and listen to somebody else talk about how they like to trade. Okay. And they also have their own scans that they can share. So I think it's a good idea to get a different perspective on the market. And also you can ask them for their scans. Okay. And last, here are my scans. Okay. So click on my homepage link, scroll down, and here are my scans that I am currently sharing. And PRSG just opened again and in a beautiful way, guys. This was not, I was a little afeared or scared that it might, but not even close. And it's halted again. Wow. So here are the scans that I am currently sharing. Okay. Now look at TRSG front and center. So this scan that you see here, right here, this one that I display all day long, I have added it to my home page, and it's called I shortened it. It's called relative strength leaders. Okay. I mean, obviously, what you see is relative strength leaders from the close percent. That's it right there. But again, if you load it and it's in grid format, you want it in this tree map format, you have to download our latest beta. Okay, if you I hate having to keep saying this, but again, if you download it and it just looks like this, and that's fine. I mean, if you want it to look like that, that's fine. But I like it like this, show tree map. And again, if you do not have that option, you have to download the latest beta. Okay. And I do look at, right now, this has been front and center for me. If you're new to trading and you're looking for stocks that are trading abnormally during the day, this is probably all you need. Now, it doesn't mean when you see something, you just take the trade. This is why trading is not easy. You've got to practice trading. That's why we have a simulator. And that's why, if you take a look at that Trading 101 that's on my homepage, it's a series of videos because it's one thing to get the alert. It's another thing to click on it and try to understand, well, what are the charts trying to tell you? I mean, that's what trading is really all about. What trade ideas really helps you to do is to zero in, on the ones you should be looking at. Now, unfortunately, I do see there's only one alert so far from our AI today, and that is a short of PAPL. I can't short it. It's not shortable at Interactive Brokers. Okay. But if you had shorts available, you could have taken it at 2. And look, you didn't have to take it. There was the alert at 10:18. Okay. You didn't have to take it right then. In fact, look what happened right after. See how it popped up to 210. Hey, people get the wrong idea about this AI. You don't, you, this is, I'm going to lobby fast and furious to get this changed, not to entry price, but to alert price, because I think people get all hung up and they've got to get in at that price. You don't have to. I mean, the way I trade is, I will always click. I don't care if it's coming from our AI or from one of my scans. I will always click on the alert, check to see what's happening. And then if I like what I see, I'll take the trade. So had this been shortable for me, by the time maybe I like what I see, maybe it's at 194. Doesn't mean so it's 6 cents away. Doesn't mean, oh well, I guess it's over. These are not designed, to make 2 or 3 cents a trade. Okay, so Barbara, well, it shouldn't be blank. It should not be blank now because it's actually mildly positive. But you see where it says filter? See where it says filter? Now, assuming you've got this trade the strategy trades all. Okay. Now, you see where it says filter? It more than likely one of the things checked is profitable trades or something like that. Now, it is a profitable trade now in theory, so you should be seeing it. But uncheck it. Just uncheck everything so it says none. Then you'll see the alerts that have happened all day long. Okay? Does that work? Now, if you don't see that filter, you might have to stretch out the box a bit. So was there something checked? Now do you have none? I'm talking to Barbara in our main room. Barbara? I just want to make sure that if it says none now, you are seeing this. It's only been one alert today, so I can move on. Just want to make sure I've helped you. Okay, good. So continuing with the scans that I'm sharing, this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. Okay. There's that Halts resumes. There's the relative strength leaders right here. I do have other scans that I'm sharing. You can take a look at them. So that's on my homepage. James, would you mind if we use that as a bit of a testimonial? James in our YouTube room, been here since '06, 2021. I'm shy. Don't be shy, James. But I only speak when it's necessary. Trade Ideas is hands down the best scanner on the block. Man, oh man, look at this MNDR, guys. The other Singapore, well, the Singapore stock that launched here. Now, I'm not saying that the Singapore stock today is going to do the same thing, but look what happened on the day it launched. Okay, it's not like it was a rocket ship from 4 to 26 the same day. So this got up to what 885, and it closed down here 672. Might have thought, well, maybe it's over. Next day did this. Next day did this. Next day did this. And again, I am not saying that's going to happen with the TRSG, but definitely want to see how it closes today, TRSG, and then watch it, well, Monday. Today's Friday, so watch it Monday. So, what is Trade Ideas other than the best scanner on the block, according to James in our YouTube room? And that's an important distinction, guys. And James is actually talking about UGI. This is a scan that I'm also sharing. This is a pretty active scan, okay? When things get a little bit slow for me in terms of the alerts that I'm getting, this is a very active one. I'm moderating a trading room. So, if some of the scans that I have got some very tough filters, and so I don't get too many alerts over the course of the day. And so this one, though, will give me more alerts and I can talk about them. But there is an important distinction between a scanner and a screener. We are a real-time scanner, okay? So let me explain this. So this is a scan. Again, I'm sharing it, called Momo for momentum. So if I right-click on it and I click on configure and I click on summary, this is telling me what the scan is looking for. This is the screening, the filtering aspect of the scan. I say there are a lot of screeners out there, but what we're excellent at is generating real-time alerts. So in this particular scan, if the price is between 1 and 100 and the current volume is at least 3, this is a very powerful filter that we've got. This means it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. Okay? This gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal and 5 minutes. These are all and functions. All of these filter values have to be met. And if they're all met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So the last time that happened was at 11:04 plus 57 seconds. Okay. It is now 11:10. So there hasn't been a stock that has met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day since then. Okay. But that's how it works. These were all at that time. This was the high of the day for wow. At Uji. No kidding. What a great run. Okay, that's how it works. Now, if you like the scan the way it is, great. But of course, you can always make some changes. Maybe you don't like the price range. Maybe you don't like something else about it. If you get used to using trade ideas and some of the other filters we've got, you can, of course, make changes. This just happens to be what I like to see. Doesn't have to be what you like to see. Now, of course, if you want to build your own scan, you can. If I click on search, again, I'm just going over trade ideas in a very general way. Okay. So right at the very top here, you'll see new high and new low of the day. These are the two most popular real-time alerts that we've got. But we have a lot of other ones, okay? Do not get hung up on how many we've got. When I keep scrolling down, these icons, these are the filters, the screeners that we've got. Again, don't get hung up on how many we've got. You do not have to learn them all. The only reason we have so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So of course they had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and filters to satisfy the thousands of customers with all the different trading styles we have or there are out there. Okay, I only use the new high and the new low of the day. Doesn't mean the rest of these are bad. What it means is that in my style of trading, all I personally care about is the new high and the new low of the day. And as far as the filters are concerned, I don't really use too many. I want a price range, I want a minimum volume, maybe a minimum relative volume, things like that. But I hardly use any of them. Doesn't mean they're bad. It just means that they don't I don't care about the rest of them because that's not my trading style. But your trading style might take advantage of some of them. Okay? Okay, so Sean asked a good question in our main room. Is the web or desktop version better to use? 100% use the desktop version if you can, okay? This is a PC-based program. It is way more robust, okay? Now, when you say the web-based version is fine, but for instance, you have some limitations. You can only have 5 charts. With the desktop version, you can have 10 or 20, depending on if you have standard or premium service from us. You do not There are ve if you have a PC, definitely use the desktop version. It's easier to use. Um, Now you mentioned opens on separate screens. Well, you can put every single s you can put everything on one screen if you want. Now I've got 3 monitors, and of course, I want see, I don't put every scan that I've got on this monitor that I'm sharing. The reason I don't is I don't overwhelm people with all sorts of data, okay? So that's why I've only got a couple. This one is front and center, and the Halls resumes. It's just interesting to watch them all day long. But this is the one that is front and center for me that I follow all day. But I've got this one on another monitor. Okay, I've got the stocks that are making 10-day daily breakouts and breakdowns on another monitor. Okay. Now, if you want everything on the same monitor, Sean, then what you do is get everything on the same monitor. Okay, all your trade ideas windows on the same monitor, and then do this. Click on Tools, Options, and then you see where it says Layouts. Okay. Now, before you do that, put your toolbar on the monitor. Okay, let me back up. Put your toolbar, Trade Ideas toolbar, on the monitor where you want all your Trade Ideas windows. Okay, put it in the upper left hand corner, like I've got it up here. Okay, and then start this, and then put all your Trade Ideas windows on the monitor, and then click on Tools, Options. Then you see where it says Layouts? Click on Layouts, and you see where it says Loading Layouts. Check Open relative to main window. Just check it and save it. When you exit Trade Ideas, and remember, when you exit Trade Ideas, it's like any other software program, you gotta save your work, okay? Just give me a moment. Yeah, I think I had a coffee grind or ground stuck in my throat. So it's like any other software program. You got to save your work at the end. Otherwise, any change you make will not be saved. So, but you see where it says loading layouts. Check that. Open relative open relative to main window and save it. When you open trade ideas, if you shut down trade ideas and you've saved your work, when you open it again, all your windows will be on the monitor you want. Okay. Now I've got multiple monitors, so it would. But so I put this one on my own. I put it exactly where I want it. I put this one on one of my other monitors exactly where I want, and I go through that same exercise. Okay. And so when I shut down trade ideas and when I load it again, all the trade ideas screens will be windows will be on exactly the right areas on my other monitors. So I don't have to go through the exercise every day of rearranging everything. That would be a real pain. Okay. So that's good for people who have multiple monitors also. Just pick your main monitor, designate one as your main monitor, and then put all your trade ideas, scans, windows, charts, whatever you've got, arrange them how you want them on all your monitors, and then go through that exercise. So James, in our YouTube room, I don't trade. Oh, well, it depends what you mean by patterns. I mean, I'm not looking for ABCD. I'm not looking for flags. I'm way more just of a price and volume person. But of course, and I'm looking for stocks that are near the high or the low of the day. So it doesn't mean if I get an alert and the stock is at the high of the day that I just immediately take it. It means that, okay, now I know about it. Now, what does it look like to me? For instance, if it made a new high, let's see if I can find something. Okay, let's say for argument's sake, I wanted to trade this NVFY later. Okay, and it was trading up here, kind of basing. Okay, say if you can see what I'm pointing at on my 15-minute chart, it was kind of basing up here, a little bit of consolidation, and then it popped up, made a new high. That could be something I'll trade. So it's not just the fact that, I'm not going to chase something just because it's making a new high after new high after new high. I want to see it maybe a little bit of consolidation and then a pop through that for a new high. And then I look left. Does it have room to keep running? That's really my style. I'm not, but there are some that don't like that. They'd rather play pullback. So let's take a look at NVFY as an example. So some don't mind playing pullbacks. I'm not a big pullback player, but for instance, here's the VWAP for NVFY at 333. If this had put now it's below it now, but if it had pulled back to that VWAP, now if you don't know what the VWAP, I'm just talking in general now. The VWAP, along with the 200-day moving average, are probably the two most used indicators out there. I may be wrong, but that's what I think. And so a lot of people will look at the VWAP as a potential support area. So, in this particular case, had it gone down to 333, that area, and it held and then it popped off there, a lot of people will take a trade. They'll look at that VWAP as being a support area and it popped off support and maybe it's going to run again, as an example. Okay. Or maybe a moving average that you like. This orange line on my on my 15-minute chart, this is the 10 SMA. Not a big follower of it, but Steve Gomez at Trade Ideas is. So out of homage to him, I put it on here, and you could be somebody who says, okay, if it pulls back to the 10 SMA and that holds it, maybe that is a support. Maybe it'll bounce off and start to run again. My layout, I don't see the 15-minute chart right side price gradient. Ah, are you talking? You're talking about this, right? So a question in our YouTube room. Sorry, a question in the main room. The price gradient. So in order to, all you have to do is go to your whatever chart you want. Okay. If you right click, I'll do it here because it's not here. If I right click and then I go to properties. You see where it says show smart risk levels? If I click on it, now I'm going to see that gradient. Let me go over this a little bit, okay? So if I if I look at this, if hopefully you can see, well, you know what? I'll get a bigger chart. Be easier to show on a bigger chart. Okay. So this is what this means. Every time you click on an alert, okay? So let me click. I have to move this off screen because if I don't, it'll disappear behind. So let me just click on NVFY right now. Okay, I don't have symbol linking. Just give me a moment. Just give me a moment. Why isn't it changing? There we go. Okay, I just clicked on NFY. So what it's saying is suggestion. If you took the trade right now at 314 and you wanted to go long, okay, they're suggesting a smart stop down here. You see it says smart stop? And it's suggesting that you could put a stop at 302, okay? I wouldn't care so much about the target. The target is just double if you took this trade at 3. I'll try to make the math super simple. 314, you took the trade at 314 and the smart stop was at 3 14 cents away. You would double that to get 28 cents, okay, and add it to wherever you took the trade. So that's what that means up here, okay, the profit target. But doesn't mean you should get out there. I mean, if the trade is still working, why would you get out? So this is, you can use this if you want. This is generated. If you're going to ask how it's generated, it's generated. It's an algorithm that takes a look at the volatility of the 15-minute candles, the high and the low of the day, feeds those numbers in, and it generates a smart stop. Now the smart stop will change. Okay, if I clicked on this later on in the day, NVFY, and it was up here, that smart stop would change. What it all is trying to tell you is saying if you took the trade right now, when I clicked on the alert, that would be your stop. You can try it. Okay, I'm not saying, I mean, you can, and that's why you can have our you use that in our simulator. You can practice trading like that, using that as a stop. Let me click on another one. Let's click on AGBA. I'm only doing this off camera because if I don't, this chart. So the same thing. If you took the trade right now at 134, they're suggesting a stop at 126. Okay. Hopefully that makes sense. Okay. It all depends on when you click on the alert that'll generate the stop. If I clicked on this alert later on in the day, it would have, but it's just telling you if you took it right at this instant, that would be your stop as a suggestion. Okay. All right, James, take part out once. Well, there's nothing right or wrong. Okay. James, in our YouTube room. So you're in Chewy, is that right? On a what? A short? Okay, Sam. So right click on the chart, just right click on the chart, okay? And go down to properties. When you hover over properties, the big box will pop up and then check show smart risk levels, okay? The default is long. Most people want to go long. So, okay, so right click on the chart, right click on the chart, properties, scroll down to properties, the box will pop up, click on the show smart risk levels, okay? So the limitation on the number of charts, okay, just give me a moment, James. The limitation on the number of charts, you can have 10 charts in our standard service and you can have 20 in our premium service. Okay. Question is limitations on how many charts you can enable. So right now, for me, James, Chewy is something I really wouldn't trade. I mean, I only like it. You know, if I'm going to trade something intraday, I only want to see stocks that are trading abnormally. When I look at the relative volume, it's only 0.61. What does that mean? It's only trading like 60% of what it normally would do up to this time of day. So for me, there's no big advantage to try to trade Chewy. For me, you know, and as an intraday trader, a good segue, as an intraday trader, my job every single day is to find the stocks that are trading abnormally. And this window right here, this little window that you see right here, front and center tells me these are the ones that are trading abnormally. I really don't have to look anywhere else. I mean, I do have some other scans, yes, but I really don't have to look too much further than this to show me the stocks that are trading abnormally. And why I want to find those stocks? Well, why do I want to take a trade of something that may just get stuck and do nothing? So you can see, for instance, if I click on NVFY, look at that, 145 times normal. Not sure who you're talking about. Oh, shady. Okay. Well, guys, just I don't know what to say. Yeah, the option isn't taken away, Kuda. So sorry. Just ignore it. Okay, guys. So again, as an intraday trader, that's all I'm looking for. I want to see the stocks that are trading abnormally. Again, I do have some other scans. I mean, this one, the momentum scan, more than likely, if it's showing up here, is probably it's way down here. And this is exactly how I like to use this because sometimes the ones that are down here may just be getting going. Okay, and there's GBR. So when you look at GBR as an example, this is one of these, very cheap. Yeah, I think this used to run with Indy or Indo, and you can see a couple of days ago, a few days ago, it got up to 168. When I say Indo, I think there is a group of stocks that kind of trade the same. You can see Indo, you know, it kind of held the gains, but GBR. So you can kind of see if I can take this out right here, 128. It could have a run. All right. Well, good job, Shady. Oh man. Okay. So this is another scam that I do look at. Okay, look at this. I mean, hardly anything in it. I mean, if it weren't for the T, I'm sorry, the TRSG. I mean, I probably wouldn't have done anything today. But the abnormal option activity scan usually is a little more active than this. So a very inactive day. Other than that one for me, I mean, only one alert from the AI, and it's done nothing. How is Bitcoin doing ahead of the countdown now? It's less than a day now. This halving event, so that the miners will only make half as much as they've been making before. So consequently, stocks like Mara and Riot, even though Bitcoin was moving higher in all this time, Mara and Riot are a couple of the big Bitcoin miners. So it'll be interesting to see what happens to these, maybe several weeks after this event, which is happening. And what's the countdown now? Somebody told me 11 hours. That was in the pre-market. So it's obviously less than that. Well, you've got rid of him, Shady. So congrats. I can't get, yeah, I can't even do it because he's left. Or maybe I'll do it for you, but you got rid of him. 9 hours and 32 minutes. 9 p.m. Eastern time. Okay, thank you, Pepe. I appreciate that, Jake. So, James, when you say will Thinkorswim ever be compatible with trade ideas, you're talking about trading from within trade ideas using Thinkorswim, or are you just talking about clicking on an alert and having a load in? And that's a good point because and it's from our YouTube room. We have what we call, yeah, I've asked two questions, unfortunately. But I always stop myself from asking two questions because he said yes, but I don't know what you're saying yes to. So I should only ask one question. Do you like cake or pie? Yes. Well, okay, trade from within. Okay. I don't know, James. I mean, there is a we we had it going several years ago, but they changed their API and they don't care. You see, I have to understand that. I mean, Interactive Brokers worked with us pretty closely. I don't even know about E-Trade anymore, but the brokers don't care whether we interact with them or not. And Thinkorswim went through a big change, and all of a sudden, our link like it just wouldn't interact anymore. This was about 3 years ago, maybe. And so it's not easy. It's not, and it's if listen, if it were up to us, we'd like to link with every broker, but it's just not easy. So unless they change their policies, there's no way we can do it. All right. I haven't asked Andy, but yeah, it'll be Andy. It'll be Andy who will be taking over for me in our YouTube room in about a little less than half an hour. So let me just talk a little bit in general about linking, though. Okay. I use Interactive Brokers. Okay. So, yes, we have a way in which you can trade from within trade ideas. I don't go over it too much, but it's this window that we call Brokerage Plus. So you can actually trade from within trade ideas if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account if you want to. Okay. If I have any positions open, no, this is our simulator. This is what I like to show it as, though, is as our simulator. Okay. Here you can practice trading and big fingers crossed. When the contest starts on Tuesday, I've been told that even if you have a Mac or running it on a tablet, you'll be able to do simulation trading. It won't be the full program like this, Brokerage Plus. You won't be able to do live trades or anything like that. But of course, in the simulator or during the contest, it's just simulated trading anyway. But it'll use our real time data. But we have an external linking tool. So if I click on tool and external linking, you notice I'm linked to Interactive Brokers, and we do link to a lot of programs, including Thinkorswim and many other brokerage programs. And what does that mean? It means that when I establish my link with Interactive Brokers, when I click on a symbol here, it loads into my Interactive Brokers account order entry, and from there is where I trade it. Okay, I don't trade it using Brokerage Plus. Would I? Maybe. The problem is that if I'm demonstrating its use as a simulator, there's no way I'm going to try to remember toggling back and forth between a simulator and my live account. I mean, I have to have 100% concentration doing things like that. So there's no way I'm going to do that. The other thing is, I've had Interactive Brokers since it's been 8 years now. And I'm so used to trading from within Interactive Brokers that I probably wouldn't switch anyway. But, if you want to trade from within Trade Ideas, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, there's a way in which you can do so. Okay. And if you go to the guide, you'll click on my homepage link and go to the guide, you'll see. What do you see? I haven't looked at it for so long. We don't get too many questions, to be honest, about trading from within Trade Ideas. So clicking on my homepage link and click here. Whoops, not here. Sorry. The guide, education section, sorry, education section, and click on the user guide and Brokerage Plus. Okay, Brokerage Plus, and that'll tell you how you can link to your E-Trade account or your Interactive Brokers account, and how you can use Trade Ideas if you want. Now, only available if you're using our downloadable application, okay? Not available on the web-based version for live trading. I don't know if it's active yet, Mac. It should be active by Tuesday. Oh, well, I'm hoping even the day before. I'm gonna ask the question right now. Any browser, Mac, any browser. I mean, the main reason people use it is because they're on a Mac, okay? So you can use, well, I'm assuming, I mean, I can't imagine you can't use Safari, okay? But any browser should, it's because it's browser-based. So any browser should support it. I use Chrome. Yeah, so it's not active yet. Thank you, Pepe. It's not active yet, okay? So Barbara, so you must be on the browser-based version, okay? The browser-based version, right? So if you click on the chart, right click. I only have one browser-based chart. The problem is, though I may be able to, that my computer is really acting well now. The problem when I had several browser-based charts is that it was because I'm doing so many other things, it was a real tax on my system. But anyway, if you right click, I'm assuming you have got the browser interface, right? That's what you that and so in order to see the high low, bit of a pain, you have to left click on the candle. Okay, left click on the candle. Here, all you have to do is hover over it. Okay, let me get to something that has more. Yeah, so here you just have to hover over it on any time frame. And I wish it were the same here, but if you left click on it, then you'll see it. Now you can I think there's a way in which you can Pepe probably knows. I think there's a way in which you can have this thing pinned somehow, but you might not want that, and maybe it's taking up too much space depending on the size of your chart. But once you do it once anyway, there it is. Okay. I do prefer I do prefer being able to hover over it and seeing it, but now you also don't have to have all this if you don't want. I'm displaying it, but you don't have to. You can sort of shrink it down. These little down arrows allow you to see a little more information. I'm hoping down the road that you'll be able to customize this, okay? Because for me, I don't care about the market cap and the current debt and dollar, all that stuff. I don't care. Some might, but it'd be nice down the road to be able to customize this because these are just filters. And then if I could customize it, I could get rid of this window. I could just put all these filters, or most of them anyway, up here because these are just filters in my single stock window. And of course, the single stock window is customizable. This is what I like to see. Notice there's no financial data, like up here. But this is the default, and at this point, there's no way to change it. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, the indicators on the chart. No, we can color coordinate. No, no way to label it. So, is what you're talking about. For instance, this orange line I see here, which is I know it's the 10 SMA on my 15-minute chart. Are you saying to somehow have it written on here somehow? No, I don't think so. Anyway, I'm pretty sure there is no way. And actually, You see here. Let me get to another chart. Yeah, wouldn't you know it? I don't have. I don't think I've forgotten. Okay, let me get Apple up here. Okay, so up here is where it's showing. I know what you're saying, but you can't label it. There's a 200-day moving average. I mean, I know it's in blue. Okay, and so Now, I suppose it depends how many indicators do you have on the chart? Like, you look at I mean, I don't have a lot of indicators, obviously, so I don't even I would never label this because I know that's the 200-day moving average. I also know that's the 10 SMA. I don't use a lot of different indicators, but I guess if you're a person that wants to have a lot of indicators on the chart, I guess it would make sense if somehow, but you can't do it. Not on the browser-based version. At least here you can if here you can see them up here. If I had other indicators up here, I would see them. So if I, for instance, if I do this, if I get out of the browser-based version, I will see there's the 10, there's the 10 SMA right up here. So the browser version definitely has that limitation because you really wouldn't want I don't think you'd have to label it because you would see it up here if you're not using the browser-based version of the chart. And you don't have to use the browser-based version if you want to. That's why I've got both these charts, and I'm demonstrating both of them. Now, I would like to be able to demonstrate. Oh, okay, it's working now. This is the picture in picture. Okay, daily chart. These are my 15 minutes. So I guess it is maybe going to work for me now. Okay. So what this is saying, this 96.36%, this is telling you that from the start right there, which is February 23rd, and you can adjust this, but you see if you can see the little chart right there, it's saying from February 23rd, this has moved up to 97, 100%. Yeah, it all depends when you're starting, 416. So since TWG, speaking of TWG, yeah. Now remember, if you're part of this test drive, you're not going to be an expert of trade ideas after 7 day or almost 10 days with it. Okay. So have to sort of have your expectations. I mean, hopefully over the course of the test drive and then during the contest next week, you can ask me questions, okay? And I'll do my best to answer the questions, but try not get too overwhelmed by the product. I mean, people say, "Wow, this is way too difficult for me." Well, it can be difficult, I suppose, if you I'm going to use the phrase if you make it difficult. Really, it's once you learn a couple of things, very important how to save a layout, because I think a lot of people struggle with that even. If you take my scans, for instance, and you put them and now you're seeing them, well, at the end of the day, what you want to do is save your layout. Okay. Now you can save it to your computer. If you click on file, save layout, and you'll see, and then you can create a username. Okay. I mean, I've got this right here. You can create your own name, my first trade ideas layout, or put a date on it or something like that. But I also recommend highly is that you save things to the cloud. So this time I would save individual scans if you're going to create a scan, or maybe you take one of my scans and you like it. I would save it to the cloud. So for instance, these are all going to be individual, okay, scans that I'm sharing in the in from my homepage. So let me just so if you loaded that from my homepage, this is what it would look like. It's not all part of this big what we call a doc. It'll be free floating. Save it to the cloud. Okay. Right click, save or share to cloud, save it to the cloud. Now it's there basically permanently. If you create a layout, save it to the cloud. Okay, you might maybe you want this layout that I've got right here that I'm willing, this layout that you see, I am sharing it. Well, you save it to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud, save it to the cloud. The reason to do that, well, there are a number of reasons. I've been a subscriber of Trade Ideas since. Yeah, well, Jake, and Jake is saying something, and to keep the sound notifications if you want them. Any little change you make, you might think it's minor, but if you add a sound, and the reason for adding a sound to an alert window, for instance, I added a sound to this one, and look at this. No new alert since 11:33. I can add a sound to an alert window. I can add a sound to our AI. I can add a sound to our price alerts window, things like so when I hear the sound, I know which window to look at. Okay. Now, I wouldn't have so many different alert windows that you get overwhelmed by all the alert windows you have. But, I've got a specific sound on here and it's very simple to do. Right click, properties, go down to properties and then actions. Okay. And you just basically follow this. You check the play sound, you set up the sound, and you see one, it says text to speech. You can put one of your windows text to speech. I guess we now have two. We've got female and male. Okay, I guess you can have one female, one male. The reason to say one is that and you don't have to do this at all if you don't want to have text to speech, basically reading out the symbol. But the whole idea of sound alerts is to put a different sound alert on your different windows. So that's why you wouldn't want to put them all text to speech. Otherwise, you wouldn't know which window to look at. Okay. So after that, if you do want to use one, then you can go to custom sound, click on that, select the sound, and then we've created three folders for you: Mad Money, Voice Number One, and Web. And each one of them has a different sound. So you could just click on one of them. There's the heart monitor. You could open it, and then you play it. If you like the sound, then you say okay a couple of times, and then it will get attached to that window. Now, as Jake is saying, even if you might think that's a minor change, but unless you save your work at the end of the day, it won't remember that. Okay. And the reason why to save things to the cloud, you can have trade ideas on as many different devices as you want. You can only have it open one device at a time. But let's say I go and buy a laptop. Okay. All I have to do is just download our program and then I just file load from cloud. Like any other, it's cloud-based feature. I can just download whatever I want from the cloud. You might create a scan, and maybe use it for a while and you think, man, I don't like it anymore. It's not producing the way I want. Save it to the cloud. And who knows, maybe a year, two, three down the road, maybe you bring it back for some reason to see how it's working, or maybe next month, and you look at it and you go, wow, I don't mind it anymore. It's exactly what happened with my abnormal option activity scan. I was using it for several years and then I, put it away for a few years and then I brought it back, I think 2 years ago. So you cannot create an alert for it, Cafe. You can create something that will show you where it's close, but you cannot create an alert for the 20 SMA crossing the 50 SMA. And it would, to find out how close it is, it would require a custom formula, but there's no alert. But before I say that, let me make sure. I'm almost positive. Yeah, you can create an alert for the price crossing, the 20 SMA or the 50 or the 200, but there is no alert for that. Yeah, that's intraday. So you have a 20 crossing, but those are SMAs. Like this is what you're talking about, right? Yeah, there's no alert, and you can't create it. Like you can't create it out of thin air. If it's not here, these are all intraday. Okay. Well, the best way, there's no best way. I can't tell you the best way. Well, okay. I'll start off by this. This is the window that you should have, as far as I'm concerned, Andrew. Just let me put my layout in for Jake, okay, and then I'll explain. So if you're looking for the layout that you see, okay, that you actually see, I can give you that. Just give me. Okay, there's my layout that you actually see, okay, with the caveat. If you load it and you don't see this in this format, this top list window in this format, and it's in a grid format, you're going to have to download the latest beta. I do apologize, but that's the way it is. Now, if you right click on a top list window right now and you have that show tree map, fine. But if you don't have that option, then you will have to download the latest beta. Now, the best way, okay, I can't understand that these are just alerts, okay? So the best way to watch it, in my opinion, okay, the question in our AI in the main room, what's the best way to utilize the AI? In my opinion, just do this. Click on new, and then you see in the middle here, there are three of them that start with premium AI. Click on the middle one that says premium AI strategy window. Really uncomplicated. There's only been one alert today. Now, how you trade it, if you trade it, of course, will be up to you. This was a short alert. I'd rather call that was the alert price at $2. It's only 195 now. Remember, it's a short. So really, the AI has been very, very inactive today. There's no telling how many alerts on any given day you're going to get. You will not get an alert until at least 9:40, though. Now, notice the first alert came in at 10:18. So nothing happens in the first 10 minutes. Okay. So now, when you get the alert, nothing I'm going to say is going to tell you, well, this is what you should do when you get a specific alert. You have to have some trading ability, knowledge, look at a chart. Okay. But that's how I would use the AI. I use it like a watch list. Okay. All day long. So sometimes you might get, let's say we had this entry. Let's say, first of all, this is not shortable for me, but let's say this was shortable for me. And you get the alert price at 2 and it goes up to 240. And then later on in the day, it goes back down to that alert price. Maybe I take it then. Maybe it was just a little bit early. Or maybe it goes up to 240 and it hits into what I would consider a resistance area, maybe the 200-day moving average or something else. I may say, wow, I'll short it now, which is a lot better than shorting it at 2. So, I you got to have some, it really helps to have some trading experience, okay? Well, the purpose of it is to see the AI alerts. That's the purpose of it, to see them. Now, listen, I may not take my break. If there's still questions, I will hang around, but I do have to. Andy will be taking over for me. Maybe he's there already. So yeah, okay, Andy, I just give me a moment, okay? Okay, so let me. I will put the announcement in, okay, but I will hang around if there's some more questions. But just let me get the announcement in. Just give me a moment, Andy.
Okay.
So on a break. Now, this is typically what I do. Okay, take a break till 1 o'clock, but I may not do it today. If there are a lot of questions, I'm not talking to you, Andy. You're in the main room. Okay. Okay. So there's the announcement, guys. Now, before I'll put the YouTube link in. Also, Andy is there. Okay. Okay, so Andy,
Yeah,
so
buddy.
listen, I'm gonna put myself on mute in the main room, guys. I'll come right back though. I just want to introduce Andy to the room, okay? All right, Andy. So those of you in our YouTube room, Andy is going to be taking over for me and for an hour. He works at Trade Ideas. We're all at Trade Ideas, okay? And as I say all the time, it's a good idea to head over when somebody else does take over for me because we all have different trading styles, okay? And he's more of a swing trader than I am. He will also have different scans that he's willing to share. So with that in mind, Andy, take it away, buddy.
All right, buddy. Enjoy your hour, Barry.
I will. Thank you very much.
Man. Take care. All right, guys. If you're in here for the first time, my name is Andy, and this is we open it up for support webinar. So if you have any questions, and I'm sure a lot of you do, coming in for the test drive, the cashola competition, which will begin on Tuesday, you can fire away and uh, don't don't feel like you still got if you're coming in for the event, you still got several days. I know we may have some other features added to our dashboard, so you guys will make it a little more convenient for you as far as watching, making trades, watching your positions and things like that. But anyway, fire away if you have any questions. If not, you guys want to talk stocks, we can definitely talk stocks as well. Yeah, I think I mentioned some. I've seen James in here talking about Mara. I said, you know what? I bet you these things are a buy on the day that you're going to have that halving for the Bitcoin. They've been selling off all the way going into this. It's probably, you know, it's probably the day to buy. But I didn't listen to myself. But I've been kind of busy. All right, let's take a look around at the market. I think you kind of got to watch this area in the SPY if if you're bullish. And let me just put it on the daily here, and you will be able to see a nice little. And I had alert to go off today, and you can see the little gap fill that we made today right here. Now let's take a look. Let me move that. Okay, so the close of this bar on this going back here to late February was 497.21, and we're pretty much right there, 497.18. So we're dancing right around this gap fill. We don't hold this. You know, I can easily see a date, with this 50 period moving average coming up over the next several days or weeks, but we'll see what happens. I'm not doing a whole lot right now at all. Very, very light. And I don't see any reason to being a swing trader. I may do a little scalps and things like that. There've actually been some decent calls, on the trader eye, in over the last several days, but it's one of those kind of markets. So I think you take your couple of days of profits and move on, in my opinion. Yep. Once again, guys, if you have any questions, just drop them in the chat, the little YouTube chat panel, and we'll get to them in this HYMC. But what's the trade of the week call? And man, it's having a hard time. Just can't get going. Silver continues to creep higher, so I'm not going to give up on it. All right, let's take a look around and see if we can see any opportunity. Once again, I'm more of a swing trader. I will day trade occasionally. As a matter of fact, I had one of my better trades the other day in WISA, especially when the market gets like this. Yeah, I will do more day trading. I mean, I did it for 15, 16 years hardcore. So what's the best way to make a scan for new high or new low for stocks I want? Well, first of all, Mohammed, you're going to have to build. When you say stocks I want, is does that mean stocks that you like to follow? So in other words, you want to create a watch list of all the stocks that you like, and then create a new high, new low. It's before I get into just talking. Okay, yeah, it's pretty easy. First thing you want to do is create a watch list. Let me bring the toolbar over here. Okay, and it's very simple. Just go to Tools in the toolbar, and you want to go to what's called a symbol list. Basically the same as a watch list. Okay, click on that. It's going to open up your little symbol list window. Okay, and then what you want to do is create new list. Just kind of follow along and name it. Okay, so let's go with call it Ashgar, and then click OK. Okay, now all you've done right now is just kind of created a holding place for your symbol list. It's going to be at the bottom. Just scroll down. Well, no, it's not. It's going to be in alphabetical order. Okay, and there you see it. Okay, there's Ascar. It is empty. So what we want to do is click on it and then edit list. Okay, and then you just start populating it. Whatever anything you want to put in there. So you could just click it if you have them in a CBS file or something like that. You can copy and paste them in here as well. That works. If not, just going to have to just start printing away. So let's say you do 20 stocks, you create it, and then all you have to do is click OK, and now you created that list. You can see there's NASCAR with 3 symbols. Okay, so you just created a watch list. Now you want to see if these anything's hitting a new high. A lot of times people, when they have a watch list, they like to create it in a top list so they can kind of look to see where it is, maybe in position and range. But if you just want a new high, new low, that's fine too. You're just going to come in here, click on new. That would be an alert window, okay, because you're looking for an event, which is a new high or a new low. So we're going to create a new window, and you want to double click here. That will start everything from scratch. In other words, that'll wipe off your last configuration that you may have had in here. Just make sure you double click till you see that orange arrow there. That'll tell you everything's ready to go with a fresh, new, clean scan. And we're going to search for alerts, new high, just add alert. And our user guide goes through this. Okay, so I'll drop. We have a very good user guide with lots of videos in it, and I'll drop it in there when I'm done because it has a search function in there where you can just go in there and just say alert window, and you can pull it up and it'll show you how to build one. But real quickly here, all you would do is make sure you check the new high once you put that alert in there. And typically, if I'm using it for a watch list, I don't add any filters. Okay, so I know the stocks that I'm watching, so I don't need to put price, average daily volume. I know what I'm watching, so I just leave all this blank. Okay, that way I'll see everything that comes through, whether it's hitting a new high or new low. Once you do that, you want to go to symbol list. Okay, right? We created this. Now we want to tag this window, okay, to your symbol list. But first, let's build some columns. Okay, so description's kind of wordy. I kind of keep that out. But things you might want to put in there are relative volume. Well, you won't change from the close typically. Relative volume. Maybe you want to see volume in the 5 minutes. So when it hits that new high, you'll see if it's doing any volume. and then just click OK. No, we want to do symbol list first. I'm sorry. Symbol list, add existing list. Now I know it's probably a lot to take in right now, but once again, I'm going to drop that user guide so you can follow along. So we're going to go. Market's kind of rolling over here. Add existing list, and we're going to go to where there it is. ASCAR, that's one we built. When you click on it, it's going to move it over here to the left side. Now all you have to do is only the following list, and then you want to click the one you just built. Okay, in this case, it's ASCAR. So we click OK. OK. Now we have a uh, watch list, and there you have Netflix. Now it's always going to pop up the most recent one. Okay, so this was a long time ago, 8:58 this morning. But we could go through here and do history and see if anything came through there today. And Netflix, which obviously was a big gap down, had a few new highs there. I think I saw Apple coming through there a couple of times. So I hope you got that, uh, Mohammed. Pretty easy to do. Just make sure you go in there and you tag it to that watch list. So let me drop our user guide in there because a lot of people they think user guide, they're going, oh gosh, I don't want to go in there read a bunch of stuff. But we do have lots of videos that makes it very easy. All right, so let's go to I think those are the columns I like. If you can put whatever you want to. I like to see uh well, let's just go back. Oh gosh, it's hidden under there somewhere. I didn't name it, did I? Did I close out that thing? Shoot. Oh, dang. Guess I closed it out. Let me get the user guide real quick and drop it in there because I think everybody needs to check this out because it's like I said, it has lots of videos in it. And what you can do is just scroll down and you get getting started for you guys who are new to the software, come in for the test drive, go to this getting started. Okay, it's going to show you, uh, you know, how to download and install. First start up and log in, and then we go into layout styles, and we have some examples of some nice layouts, how to create free floating layout. And we also have this search window up here like I was talking about. You can just go in here and just put alert window, uh, and there you have it. You can click on it, and once again we'll have a little video in there. So if you don't like reading and trying to decipher through all the words, just watch the videos. It's very helpful. Anyway, let me put this back on the how to use this one right here, and let me drop it in there for you. And then I'll go through some of the charts I like. I mean, some of the columns that I like to use. But once again, you can go through. You can use any filter as a column. So these are some of the things just in this biggest gainers right here that I like to see. I like to see change from the close. It's also nice to see change from the open, so you'll know where the stock has what it has done since the open. Love relative volume. All right. If I'm looking at a stock that's hitting a new high or new low, I want to see, decent relative volume. I don't want to see something like 0.42 down here, because it's a good chance it's going to be a head fake, come right back into its range. Uh, Position and range, just a nice little graphic where you can see where the stock, this is the daily range. Like I know by looking at this GBR is going to be close to highs. And there you have it. You can see just by looking at this range, I can tell this NVFY just right in the middle of its sloppy range. So that's kind of a neat little column. Uh, but to each his own, I'm not, I mean, you may see things in there that, catch your eye that you would like to see if you're watching, your watch list. Maybe there's something that you fancy that I don't. So earnings date sometimes is good, but I don't know. I don't have that in a lot of mine because uh, I have an earnings watch list that I have. All right. Let's see. Timothy, looking, how do I get your full screen? And also, if you, well, this is a little bit different. Let me share it with you. This is Dan's kind of layout. I did put my biggest gainers in here just because I got the PMC coming up, and I want to be trading these. When the PMC rolls around, I want to see what stocks are how they're doing. Maybe I want to fade something in the morning or in the evening, whatever. But yeah, yeah, Mohammed. Volume in the 5 minute is good. I don't have it in this one, but it's nice to have. And the reason I like it is because if it's hitting an area of interest, I want to see if there's any volume behind that move. Okay, and volume in the 5 minute is a nice little percentage that will let you know. If the stock is if it's doing any significant volume during the move, during the event that you're wanting to see. It's not necessary, for me to maybe take a trade, but it usually just kind of gives me confirmation. You're welcome. You're welcome. And Timothy, let me give you let me uh let me rename this one because I took out a couple of windows that were in here and just added this. So I do rename docked window. Uh, Change title. There you go. I was looking for rename, and I'll do explosive winners. Andy. Okay, and then I'll save and share. The window uses a custom symbol list. I think that's in. I think that's in my sector analysis window that I have on my other screen. I don't think this is going to be a docked window, and I don't not nothing in here is a symbol list. So let me copy all and see. Now this is not my typical layout because, like I said, I'm more of a swing trader. I'm not looking, to catch these. I do have a race on here where I can catch some of this stuff, but this is not my typical layout. So we're going to call this explosive winners. So if you are, this is a good layout if you're a day trader for sure. All right. Spies keep hitting lows now. I just don't, yeah, people probably don't want to go home long. Too much geopolitical stuff going on out there. You're welcome. You're welcome, Timothy. Okay, Shukai, how can I pop out chart from a docked window from a clear support resistance level to place a trade? Um, well, that's two different things you're trying to do there. I don't. I mean, I don't think you have to pop it out to. There's a lot going on in that sentence. I mean, it's clear support resistance. So to place a trade, all right, you're going to have to. Have you created a trading strategy, or are you just looking to trade manually from your manual input down at the bottom? Are you looking to like Shakar? Are you looking to trade from a strategy, or you just want to do it manually? Well, if you're doing it from a chart, I guess you would be doing it. I'm sorry, you would not be doing it manually. You have to create a strategy, and I will get that bookmark this because it's kind of it's a process setting this stuff up. I mean, I can go over it kind of quickly, but I want you to look in here and uh, let's see, trading from the chart. There's alpaca. Let me see trading. Yeah, well, a chart's not going to be able to determine a support and resistance level and automatically trade for you. Okay, you're talking about manually. Well, are you saying that if you see a support and resistance level, you want to trade? Are you trying to create a window that will show you the support and resistance level? Because a chart's not going to do that automatically for you, and it's not going to. You can create a window that will help you identify support and resistance level, but a chart's not going to basically notify you without you putting price alerts in it. I mean, for me, mostly it's pretty much, I typically will find support and resistance level, and I'll use a price alert. Uh, we do have some. Let me show you. Let me pull it up here. Pull up a window. Okay, so I think we have. Uh, It's something I really don't use. Cross below support, crossed above. I'm trying to think of even what it's called. Ah, geez, it's been such a long time. Sorry, bear with me. I'm about to find it. Thought it was called SR. Ah, geez. Well, maybe burial. No, I can't remember what that is. I thought it was like S SR1, but no, I don't know why it's not pulling up under support or resistance. Let's see. Well, we do have some things called crossed like daily resistance and things like that you can use. Uh, let's see on support. Yep, you got cross daily support. So those are some alerts that you can use. Uh, but I'm not sure exactly, what you're getting at. And then now you look like you asked something else. What happens when a new stock comes alive for high or low alert? Well, it's what we call an event. Okay, so if it's a new high or a new alert, I'm not sure what you mean by comes alive. Are you talking about where uh, volume comes in? One of my favorite scans, and I'll share this with you, where you can kind of see. Um, Somebody was asking about 5-minute volume and things like that. I may pull up load from cloud, my master blaster. If you're new in here, you probably have it, and you can find this, I think, in on the Ready Run. But let me just go ahead and share it. Master blaster. Let's pull it up first. Okay, so what this is, it's a multi-strategy window. Okay, and I have the strategies broken down. If I click here and go to strategies, you're going to see extreme volume, $2 to $10, extreme volume higher than $10, extreme volume low float. You can see they're kind of color coordinated. Extreme volume 52-week high, extreme volume all time high. And when you see these come through, Muhammad was asking, about 5-minute volume. See, this is one where I definitely use 5-minute volume because I want to see uh, when these things do hit a new high, and these are all new high alerts. Okay, Shikai, I'll be with you in just a second. Uh, so this is a very powerful window if you're a momentum player. Okay, you're going to see stocks that are coming through and that are hitting, all in this case all-time highs in this AMRN, 52-week highs in AMRN, same stock, UGI. So you're going to see these things break out and they're going to be doing huge volume. Okay, so this is a nice little uh, window. And I wanted to bring this up because you mentioned a stock comes alive, hitting a new high. This is a good example of a stock coming alive because it's doing huge volume. So let me go ahead and share this because I know a lot of new people in here. And if you are a momentum trader, you get some very good ideas, off of this. Share to cloud, save and share. And Extreme Master Blaster. Yep, I'm sharing it for you there, Mohammed. And there you go. You're welcome. I'm trying to get level figured out for taking profits and loss. Jakar, the best thing to do for that, I don't know, is study charts and know areas of support and resistance and where you might want to get out. Uh, yeah, I think it's the same. It's the same from the channel. A lot of people they don't go in those channels, and a lot of times they don't know it exists, and that's why sometimes I want to go ahead and share it. Uh, but For me, I've always been a discretionary trader, and I see your point. Those are good places maybe to bid into a stock, or maybe if on support, or maybe you have had a nice run and it's hitting resistance, a good place to take your profits. Uh, for me, the best thing to do is you're going to be better with your eye and your gut feeling. I think as far as taking profits just by looking at a chart and understanding, because maybe it gets through that level. Maybe you don't want to, when it gets to that level, maybe you're thinking, hey, I want to watch this to see if it gets through. Whereas if you're relying on a software to tell you where to get out, you may get out too soon. Maybe it gets through that level. But if you're as a good trader, you're watching it, maybe you can watch it for 15, 20, 30 minutes. Maybe it gets through. And if it not, and it does a bar reversal for whatever reason, it gets hung up at that resistance, then you can take a profit. Uh, you can customize this software for some to really find some good entries, and uh, but as far as managing the risk, you're not the software is not going to be able to do that better than you are. I hope that makes sense. Oh no, another good thing, Shikai, and this is a great one. If you're using a new high alert, like in this case, let me see if I can find an example. I'm not sure if our new stocks are doing that. Let's see. I'm sorry, our new charts, yeah, are showing the resistance line. I need to find out. Let me do a history on here and check and see. Time frame now. Okay, yeah, it doesn't look like well, that might be a 52-week high. That's why we're not seeing anything there. Yeah, we're not seeing on the new charts. I need to talk to him about that because I really like that feature. Let me pull up another chart and show you. Let's see. Let me do a new chart window. Oh God. Uh where'd he go? Please don't mess up my system when I do this. Okay, so let me bring up. Let me put a 15-minute chart on here. Okay, see this red line? Okay, and I'm going to make sure we get those in the new charts because I love this thing. Okay, so this will show you when alert goes off, like this Wells Fargo, it'll show you, the next level of resistance. So if you're using a new high, that's a 52-week high. Let me see if I can go find something else. MRT, that was probably a. There you go. Look, it's a great example in this Dole, Dole. If you saw this alert coming out this morning, our software is going to show you where the next resistance is. Okay, so this is going to be the next high that's on the chart. So it's a really nice feature, and I'll make sure we get that on the new, because that's a feature we want to have for sure. Ah, jeez, how do I bring up this everything again? There we go. You're welcome. You're welcome, Shakai. Yes. Well, that line you see is not a new daily high line. It's the next resistance. So uh, it's going to show you, it's basically just showing you, Muhammad, where the next resistance is on the line by showing you the nearest high. Sometimes it'll go back like 2 years. If you're in a stock and all of a sudden you're seeing it racing, you're looking on your chart and you're like, well, gosh, this thing must be on all-time highs. You look up and you see a red line right above it. It will go back like, you know, sometimes 2.5 years, and show you where the next high is. Now, it doesn't necessarily have to be strong resistance like a pivot line, where you have a whole bunch of resistance. It's just going to show you the next level of new high. But it's amazing how often that thing has kept me out of trades. Excuse me 1 second here. Okay. All right. WISA is not really doing anything. See if we can find a little opportunity. So it is now only in the development version. Well, no, you're probably no. The resistance line has been out for a very long time. Okay, like I said, you're probably on the wrong charts. Okay, I'm noticing it's not on the browser version. Okay, that's something that they just hasn't. It's been a slow build on the browser charts. Okay, they're very cool, but we're still, adding some features, and it probably just didn't get there. So if you're on the browser charts, you're probably not going to see it. Okay, so if you want to see it, just make sure you go right click and uncheck browser interface, and then you'll be able to see it, Mohammed. Oh, you're welcome. You're very welcome. I hear you, Barry.
Listen, I'm just popping in now. I see Mohammed asked a question about the new daily high line.
Yeah,
Okay, did you?
I was discussing that. And you know what? It's not on the browser charts. Did you notice that?
Oh, I didn't notice on the browser charts, but the other thing, even on the other charts, it's not on there unless you select the alert from a multi-strategy window, which is crazy. So if you've got a multi-strategy window,
Is that
and
right?
yeah, we've known this for a long time now.
Wow. See, I've always used my new highs in a multi-strategy, so that's probably why I've always seen it.
Exactly. Try
Interesting.
it from an alert window and it won't work.
Interesting.
I
Hmm.
know. I know. I have no idea why, but so that's why I was wondering if that's how you answered it. But
Well, I know I was showing my Extreme Master Blaster, and it was showing up on that. But like I said, that's the only one where I have a new high alert. So that's I never knew that. Barry, thank you.
you're welcome.
Oh,
You're welcome and goodbye.
all right. Bye bye.
Okay. Bye.
All right. Let's see this. Man, I wish this HYMC would go. It just kind of stuck in the mud. Well, I don't like uh, shorting stocks that. Now, I'll tell you how I short, and I just shorted before I came on here. I by the way of FAS. Okay, so let's take a look at the XLF. Now, I'm in some of this from I'm in this FAS. I was already in some from like $10, 10.50 or something like that. So I'm thinking I wanted to add this trade. So what I was watching was obviously XLF. This is the inverse of XLF, and you can see on the daily, boom, it got right up here to its 10 period moving average. And so I waited and I bought FAS at 11.26. Now, hope it works, but that's where I like to short. I like to let things bounce up, and that's when I fade them. Now, if it's Armageddon momentum and things like that, yeah, I may chase some shorts, but for the most part, I like to be patient and wait. Uh, Short it in Steve calls it in the armpit. So in other words, it's coming up here. Not only that, you got resistance right here. So sometimes it's hard to be patient, but when it comes to shorting, I prefer to fade, let something go into me and fade. Now, I could definitely be wrong because it's actually one of the strongest sectors today. But all right, HYMC, you finally the daily. Let's see, is that a new high? That 80? No, it's not. It's got as high as 83. Sorry. Yeah, there you go. Now you look at the cues. You just got out. Maybe if you're there, you go. Maybe if it runs back up to this 417.50 level, that could be another entry in the cues. Spies are getting a little bit of a bounce here, just like the cues there. Now we are take a look at the well, we can take a look at the dailies here. kind of oversold. That's a lot of red bars. I mean, but boy, still think these 50s are in play. And honestly, I think this could be a 10% correction easily. So this may just be on the short term, but stocks have to breathe. Okay, and that is a lot of selling in a 5-day period. So probably a lot of distribution, through this days as well. Trying to see technically if it's really anything here. There's really not. It's kind of no man's land. You do have this 50 that alert right there. Yeah, I don't have a lot of faith in this in a bounce right now for sure. And interesting enough, I think a 10% correction, if I calculated it right the other day, would put us right at this level. And trying to remember, may have been at 470 or a little bit lower, but that's a key level right there. I guess we can call that a pivot line. You got two areas of resistance that it finally exploded through back in January. So, gosh, that would be nothing. And I'd have to calculate. I thought I had it calculated more around 470, but we'll see. Hi, David. What happened to the new channel that showed up a few weeks ago? Can't remember the name, but I think it was associated with a certain trader. I don't see it on either version of the channel bar. Hmm. Let's see. I know it's not Brian Shannon or AJ because they're on there and they've been on here for a while. Um, oh gosh, you're not talking about the no opening range breakout was the newest channel that we added. Uh, yeah, are you sure it wasn't the opening range breakout? I think that's the only channel that we added. It's on the dock channel bar. You can see it right here. Hey, Mike C, what's up? I'll ask around, David. I don't think uh we've added another partner as far as a like an AJ or a Brian Shannon, but I'll ask around. Maybe we were, you know, playing around with the channels and did something. It just came in there momentarily. And Steve's telling me you must mean 4 stages layout. Is it Michael Noss? Maybe that would have been it. Maybe they slapped that up there for a little bit and then pulled it off. Nope. Huh. But you can't think of the name, huh? Do you have any idea what the strategy was? What the windows look like? Spy is getting a little more of a lift. Yeah, when I get off, David, I'll ask around some of the traders see if they know. See, Steve doesn't seem to know. He said other than what I was mentioning, the opening range breakout and the Michael. But you sure it wasn't Michael Noss's 4 stages layout? Okay, well, I'm not sure I'll get a hold of Michael today. He's still kind of taking a leave of absence with the new baby and everything. But I'll ask Chris. Chris Varley may know, or Jamie. when I get off here, and then I'll. You can send a David, if you would send a question in too to info@tradeideas.com, and that way we can definitely send it to Dev and see if they're working on anything. We can ask around, but it's better if we have it ticket and documented so we can work on it. Yeah. Okay. SPY is getting a little bit more of a lift here. See if there's any. I don't think there's any volume coming in. That HYMC is back on highs. Could get it. I guess we could get an afternoon, short squeeze. Just get. I wouldn't mind a crazy short squeeze, and then just fade it at the end of the day. All right, let's see what we can find here. This twig. Let's find these ones flirting with highs here. What's old sound been doing? Yeah. Yep. The spies ran right smack into that 10-period moving average. Wow. Like hitting a rock wall. A lot of these momentum stocks are pretty close to their highs. This one could never get anything going. That was just huge volume, but just been crapping all day after a nice run for about an hour and a half. AMC is even making the chart today. The biggest gainers. Couple of nice volume bars in this wave.
Sounds like you still have a touch of your bronchitis, Andy.
You know what, Barry? It's one of those kind of things that is I've been over with it, probably 10 days now, but the cough just kind of lingers.
Yeah.
It's just an annoying little, nothing major. Feel fine, but just a
Yeah.
nagging cough. And I read it will sometimes last. The cough will last for 6 weeks. I'm like, good Lord, thank you.
Or longer. I mean, yeah.
Yeah,
How about
yeah.
your? Do you have this a little tightness in the chest though too when you try to breathe, or is that gone?
A little bit in the mornings. In the mornings when you get up, it's a little bit of a. You can kind of feel a little kind
Yeah.
of wheezing, but nothing major.
Okay. So you're
But
going to be around for a few more years, though.
I hope so.
Okay.
I
Sorry.
don't know. I'm ready, man. When
I
when my time comes, man, I'm ready. Just take me.
have no idea why I said that, but oh my goodness.
Oh,
Okay, well, listen, man. Like I'll spell. Thanks a lot again for
oh,
taking
no,
over
you're
for me in the
welcome.
hour.
My pleasure. You
And
need it.
yeah, talking about I mean, I don't think until one of those guys says maybe there's a glimmer of hope that there could be a rate decrease. I think this market is just going to keep selling off.
Yeah,
I mean, because
yeah,
what's going to cause it to go up?
yeah.
I
There
mean,
have
really, what's going to be the
I tell you.
catalyst to cause it to go up? I mean, eventually it'll have a bottom, but I
Sure.
mean, but what in theory is going to be a catalyst to get it rolling? Look at Netflix last night. I mean, Netflix
I
had
know.
pretty darn good results,
I know. The
and
bar. I guess the bar is set high. Yeah.
no kidding. I mean, I don't know
Oh,
what they would have had to said,
I
but
know.
nobody cares, So, and we're right into next week. We have 500 companies, 1,000 the following week releasing earnings. So it'll be really interesting
Yeah.
if one of them can be a catalyst.
Yeah. I
But
think a lot of people were scared because they announced they will no longer be reporting subscriber growth.
yeah,
I mean,
would
because
you?
people are thinking, "Oh, okay, so you're getting that tippy top range now, where you're not going
Mhm.
to see any more growth."
But if revenues keep going up, I mean,
Yeah, you would
you're
think.
you're you're right though. I mean, it was maybe a metric that they thought, okay, enough is enough. But as long as we keep producing revenue, like quarter over quarter, year over year, and we're growing. But man, that was it's going to take a lot to get people to buy some of these things now, even the big guys. So we'll see, Andy. It'll be an
Yes.
interesting month, really, of earnings, just to see what happens
Yeah.
and see if
Wow.
we can
Well,
find
yeah.
some kind of
There's,
a
but
bottom.
yeah, there's more. There's more to it. Unfortunately, than well, all you got to do is look at Zoom. Zoom's revenue has increased. Looking at this daily, tenfold over the last I think three ever since they topped. It's still the
Hmm.
revenues just keep going up and up and up. And look at this thing,
Right.
man. It just goes to show you, man. Unless you're really generating, new business, not just revenues. But yeah,
Hmm.
I don't get it. But yeah, I
Yep.
know once those things. Like, look at Apple. That's their problem right now. They're no longer
Hmm.
really a growth company. It's more
Exactly.
commodity. But
Yeah.
all
Well, I
right, buddy.
guess
Well,
well,
go
we
ahead.
do is trade what we see.
That's
So,
right, man. That's yeah.
all right, Andy, have a
All
great
right.
weekend, and we will see you probably next Friday, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, for sure, for sure.
Okay.
And yeah, well, looking forward to the portfolio challenge, Barry. You gonna get in it?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, no, I'm not going to get in.
Yeah.
I don't believe in that. Actually, I think that people that trade ideas shouldn't be involved. But that's my. But anyway, I've got too much. I can't pay attention.
Hmm.
I can't do
I
the
hear you.
wild, crazy things
Yeah.
that people have to do in order
Yeah.
to even be on the
Yeah.
leaderboard. So I'm not going to do that.
I
All right,
fared
Andy.
well
Thanks a lot.
last contest, and I would just see something maybe once or twice a day. I think I made 10 trades, and
You
it's
were
like,
there. That's right.
yeah,
You were
yeah,
there.
yeah,
Yeah, you were
battling out for third
numero
there.
uno
Yeah.
of the Trade Ideas group. I was
All
cheering
right,
you
Barry.
on. Okay.
Well, have a great weekend, buddy.
Yeah, I will. Thanks, Andy.
Uh-huh.
Bye
You
bye.
guys do the same. Bye-bye.
Okay, guys, I'm back in both rooms. Let me get my, as always, get my music going. Okay, and get rid of the announcement. Pretty, I think he had a pretty decent little swing of TMG. If memory serves me, unless he got rid of it, if memory serves me, he had this one around TWG. Sorry, TWG. He had this run. I want to say around $1.50, $1.85. Yeah, in this area here. And I don't know if he got rid of it. He's not in the room, unfortunately, today. So I can't ask him. But if he still got this, he is laughing. And it was a nice call by Shady early. Man, oh man, that life of its own though, that MNDR. I'm still watching now this TRSG guys as it, remember the IPO is at the well, call it a problem if you will. The difference between MNDR and TRSG, MNDR did not do this. So this is looks like a horrible. It is. I mean, it's a bad pullback. But remember, MNDR only got up to like there, we'll call it, and then it pulled back and closed. So this looks. So I'm still really really interested in this one, especially going for next week to see what it does. Yeah, and at the risk of, well, GL is moving higher, guys. A little bit of I had that little big topping tail yesterday, but it's inching its way, and it's going to be super interesting on the 22nd to see what they say, what they come up with. That's Monday, and that is post market. So they release earnings after hours on Monday. Well, I can see why Shady did the G. I mean, look at the market. Market's had putting in a little bit of a bounce. So stocks like GE, the stocks that are down for no reason other than the fact that really the market's down. It's not an earnings play. There's no bad news about GE, but you can see they're going to have some stocks. They're going to look kind of like this. With the market doing this, a couple of green bars, couple of green bars. My guess is if you looked at, you look at Apple, same thing. You're going to see a lot of stocks like this. But once that bar, which that bar meaning the 1 o'clock 15-minute candle, if it starts going red, I would anticipate that stocks like Apple and GE, which are really following the market, may take that little bit of a downturn. But until that happens, yeah, keep riding it. GTI, another one. I mean, this is follow. I mean, it's a real cheap one. I'm surprised it's kind of following the market too. Whoa, that's why I couldn't get it. I was actually trying to buy this TRSG again, and but I couldn't buy it because it was halting. I couldn't figure it out. I have to admit, I was looking at the spread. Oh, good spread, great spread, 585, 586, and I couldn't figure out why I can't buy it, but it just got halted again. Now, it may be a good thing because I'm not looking at a big price increase on the halt price, but I'm still thinking of taking just a little piece of it and holding it for a while. Now, if you had shorts available, I did not. If you had shorts available for this PAPL from our AI, at one point I just don't have shorts available at Interactive Brokers. So the alert was at 2, and look at this candle right there. I mean, this got down to 110, and then the next one got all the way down to 122. Now it's had a bounce, but so if you're one of the fortunate few to have shorts available for PAPL, that was a. I'm not saying you could have gone in on the short of 2 forever. Okay, I'm not saying you could have got out covered way down here at 123, but even up here as it was moving back. So again, congratulations if you had shorts available for PAPL. That's the only alert today from the RAI. That's it. And it was 10:18, but it didn't actually happen until 12:15. That's why I'm saying, guys, use it like a watch list. That's 2 hours later before it actually did what the AI was maybe anticipating. Well, I don't know about the chat fetting. Look, as we probably know, when the market goes down, the US dollar will go up. People are saying, well, why risk putting in stocks? I'll just put it in the dollar. And so right now, I have no idea. I mean, maybe we can squeak back to 500 today. I just have my doubts. As I was saying to Andy, and until one of those Fed guys says, maybe there's a glimmer of hope for a price or interest rate reduction, and they keep coming out every single day saying, nope, nope, nope. The market's going to need some kind of a catalyst, and they're just not getting it right now. I mean, Annie and I talked about Netflix, and Netflix. Yeah, okay, fine. They said in 2025 we're not going to talk about like how many subscribers we've got and all that. They'll just concentrate on the revenue and the market. I just don't believe that that's the reason why Netflix went down so much. Because I mean, everything looked good. They even guided well, but market is really, really reluctant to step in and buy anything right now. I wish William were here and ask him if he still got the TWG. We just want to find out about that CWG. And yeah, so this is a Hong Kong stock. Okay, it is a Hong Kong stock. And it was not a great IPO. I mean, it IPO'd up in this level, but look where it closed the day of, way down here. But so this was 2 days in the making on the way, like doing nothing, and now all of a sudden today. So I don't understand this. I mean, I've seen this now for a few of these little IPOs. They basically say we successfully closed the IPO, raising 8 million. So what are they trying to say, that actually this didn't happen here, or are they just has granted the underwriter a 45 to purchase an additional 300,000 shares? I don't know if it's just like rehashing the fact that, well, this is where it happened. Anyway, how is IBIT doing as the moment of truth approaches, the having of the having moment? Some of you were saying that Mara and Riot are, yeah, it is interesting. I mean, Mara is now through the 200-day moving average, and these are the ones that have been hit the most. Riot, let's see, take a look at Riot. Riot and Mara hit the hardest with this bit. So Riot and Mara, yeah, but look at Riot, way underneath that 200-day moving average. So Mara, in theory, is a little more solid than Riot, because it has broken through the 200-day moving average. So maybe these miners are, all the news is baked in. They know they're only going to make half as much doing their mining. Oh, one big, man, look at look at it now, guys. TRSG. So it's halted again and now on the way up again. Boy, I must have missed that by just by a couple of pennies getting it where I wanted it. Oh, I actually thought you were talking about tigers. Yeah, you're right. TRGS, yes. Well, where could it stall on the way up? Not that it's shortable for me. Of course, it's not shortable. The first day of trading, it's not shortable. See, I'm doing the same thing. I'm just misspelling it. TRSG. So, a question in a YouTube room from Mohammed: do I use exit trades using the mid option? Um, I use. Well, first of all, let me get. That's ugly. Here, I'll click on it right here. I use the mid option a lot on buying, depending on the spread, of course, and depending, if for something that I have maybe a gut feeling it's going to really move, so the spread doesn't bother me as much as it would maybe a less volatile stock. I'll use the mid option. Now, I'm not going to, if something was bid one and ask two, I'm not going to try to use the mid option. But if there's a 20-cent spread on something and it's been fast moving, I'll see if I can get like a mid fill, 10 cents in between if it's possible. On the exits, I have to admit, usually I'm just able to pick a price. I don't often use the mid on the exits, but doesn't mean I've never. I do like the feature though. Especially on the buying. Well, there is the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart for TRSG, and that could be. I mean, there's not a lot of obviously a lot of history or anything like that, but it could be a an area where it could stumble. If it gets through that, though, your next areas could be 10. I mean, it could be. So, Mohammed, a lot of times, I mean, I'm watching, the bid and ask, and I'm just trying. Yeah. I mean, I usually go in at a not so much a limit. I'm picking a price. Okay. I don't do anything auto. Okay. I do not do anything in auto fashion. All right. Where could this, excuse me, where could this open? So 113.36. No, okay. In interactive brokers, I've got limit. Okay. I've got the limit selection. Okay. I have limit selected, but I'm not trading, but I'll change it. But I mean, I have limit selected as opposed to market order. I'm getting a question about how I do my entries in IB. But but I'll also switch it to mid, it depending on the spread. I'll switch it to mid depending on the spread. So this 710, 710. So let's see. There is 720 or so. That is the 10 SMA. So I leave it on limit, if that's what you mean. I leave it on limit in interactive brokers. 113.36. So if it's, well, obviously it's going to be more than a 5-minute halt now, guys, because this is past the 118.36. See, Mohammed, a lot of times what I'll do, okay, I have it on set on limit, and then in that limit price area, I will I will explode it, and I'll put a price maybe above, okay, in case it gets there, if that makes sense. But I'm doing all this manually. I'm not a hot guy, hotkey user. This could be really interesting if it breaks through this. I mean, I look, it's only 1 day of data, so I mean, I'm not going to hold too much stock necessarily in this 10 SMA, the 720, but that's that orange line that you see. Just got to wait for it to open. So it's probably going to be a 10-minute halt then, 123 plus 36 seconds. I mean, there's a high over here. I mean, 15-minute high for TRSG at 8, around 8, and then up here. That is the big area. Okay, less than 2 minutes if it's a 10-minute halt. Now, this is the other one in Singapore, not completely different sectors, okay? In fact, I'm not even sure what this one is, TRSG. So this is, so it looks like this is what they do, okay? Customize industrial manufacturing solutions, semiconductor printer, electronics, home appliances, ETO company, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so completely nothing to do, of course, with MNDR other than Singapore. All right, guys. Well, if it's going to open in 10 minutes, it will be in 10 seconds. All right, just opened. It did just open and wow, you know what? It didn't really do anything. Well, I shouldn't say it's not doing anything. Well, there's that 10 SMA. Will it hold it? Looks like it's around. It looks like that's right around $7 or so. So it's trying to hold it, I guess. Okay, guys, let's see if this holds it. I mean, a big topping tail now, but who is your broker, Denver? Come on. Who's your broker so that you can short TWG? I have not had shorts. I mean, it's too new, I think, at Interactive Brokers to have shorts available, but so who is your broker? Just out of curiosity. Wow. I'm just, I'm mesmerized by this this MNDR, like mind reader. I'm mesmerized by this. Okay, Kitty, just give me a moment. Okay, guys. Wow. Well, I don't know what to say, but GL is definitely having a nice day. Another nice solid move. Again, it'll be fascinating to see what they say when they have earnings after Monday afternoon, after being slammed down by that fuzzy panda. All right, now let's see if I'm right about this. Not yet, anyway. I'm looking at the SPY here, guys. So I'm just looking at some of the stocks that I know Shady was talking about. This one, GE. So there's a red bar. Actually, that red bar that was right here too for GE. But so if the market starts to move down again, some of these stocks that follow the market very closely, you would think are going to follow suit. Very strange day. I mean, hardly any alerts. Look at this in the combo scan that usually gives a few alerts. Nothing today. This combo scan combines, the abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily breakout or breakdown. It finds similar stocks in each one. So if Para was in either one of these, it would show up here. If JLYC was in any one of these, it would show up here. Nothing, but hardly anything in the breakdowns or the breakouts. Very interesting day in that regard. Hardly, not very much action. RAI, which is very strange. I mean, usually we get, I don't know, 3 or 4 or 5 alerts during the day. Just the one alert, and it's not because the AI doesn't look at shorts. Okay, I mean we have short strategies also. So well, it's not because of that. All right, what's happening with INSG, Insignia? So nice day, having a nice day. A little pop here that showed up on my momentum scan. And yeah, to me, there's just too much resistance not that far away. One moment. All right, guys. Well, it's 1:33, so I think I will put in the contest and test drive link again. You can still sign up for everything, okay? Yeah. Ominous price, black experience in our YouTube room. Yes. Okay, so I put the contest link, the test drive and contest link in. Okay, you can of course still sign up. The contest starts next Tuesday, so if that's all you're interested in, you can still sign up for it. But what I would do if you're interested in the contest, sign up right now. So it'll cost you $7.77. So you'll have the balance of today with trade ideas. You'll have Monday to play around, and of course the weekend, and then you can get ready for the contest. Okay, and then the contest is running from Tuesday to Thursday, and you'll still have access the following Monday. Okay, so it'll cost 777. You'll have access to the full premium service. And when the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. When I say nothing for you to do, there's nothing to unsubscribe from. We don't put you into a subscription. And if you're, I'm sorry, guys, I'm distracted by the by the TRSG. Um, if you, well, that's why I'm not getting any sound alerts. I got my toggle off. So if you're a standard subscriber and you want to upgrade, well, first of all, if you want to take part in the contract contest and you're a standard subscriber, it'll cost us 777. Okay, of course you'll have access to the AI and all that. Our full premium service. If you are a premium subscriber right now, you can automatically go into the contest. Okay, it will not cost us 777. Okay. So if you have any questions, now I did go to our web-based program, and it appears, yes. Let me just show you what I'm talking about. It's a little more cumbersome than doing the trades, but okay. For instance, search stocks. Okay. So again, this will be ready. This will be ready for you. Well, it's ready right now, actually. So you'll be able to take part in the contest, the simulation contest. Again, what happens is after 3 days, whoever has made the most money will win a $2,400 gift certificate from Amazon. Okay. But the problem in the past is if you had a Mac or you want to do this on a tablet, you couldn't. Now you can. So, for instance, if you saw a stock you wanted, let's take Alcoa AA, okay, and trade the ticket. I already have it in there, I guess. And I go to my position scope. There it is. Okay, let's do another one. Search stocks. Well, let's take TRSG just for fun. Trade the ticket. Now, where does it say? There's got to be a way to have the number of shares and all that. I'm just playing with this right now. Okay. Ah, here it is. Okay, shares. So you pick how many shares you want. So 5,000 shares. Okay, 5,000. Buy now. Okay. If I go now to my portfolio, I don't see it. Should have been there. The AI showed up. Maybe I did something wrong. That's why you know what? That's why you should practice, okay? Before you get into this. And what'll happen is there will be the portfolio master challenge. There's Oliver from last see he won it last time. Pulled away at the very end with $1 million, over $1 million from Lazar, who had half a million. Let me try that again. But remember, if you have access to our downloadable program, definitely use that because this will work, but it's a little more cumbersome. Now trade the ticket. Not sure why it's not showing up there. Because the AA did. Well, anyway, that's why I would practice, okay? Now you can of course use this. This is going to show you stocks that are the biggest gainers, the biggest losers. So let's see what happens if I click on one. Now I notice my machine is going a little crazy because I'm in this. So I'm going to get out of it right now. But what I would do is I would practice with it. Okay, Ash. Well, you just have to click on the link. Okay, here's the link for the challenge. Yeah, the MacBook. You can do it on a MacBook. So there. Just click on that link. Okay. Whoops. Click on the link and just sign up. 777. You're in. Doesn't start till Tuesday. Remember, but you'll have access to the program. So there it is. Okay. You'll have access to trade it. I mean, it's sort of a bit of it's a combination of a test drive and the contest. Okay. Yeah, using this all the time. The SLB from Interactive Brokers. This tells me exactly how many shares are available. So this is what, so 32,000 approximately shares available at Interactive Brokers for INSG as an example. Okay. And what happens is this is, I believe it's pretty close to real time. So I can tell when shorts are being snapped up, in other words, taken, this number will decrease. Then I can kind of tell when there's some short covering, only at Interactive Brokers, of course, because obviously if there's a short coming, this number or short covering, this number will go up. And if people are wanting to short and there are shorts available, this number will go down. And that is that's just type in SLB in the search in Interactive Brokers. I'm still amazed that that's not available easily at other brokerages. Why don't you see TWG on your scans? Okay. Well, it's hard for me to know, Marwin, because I don't have your scans, of course, but um, you will see TWG here, of course, front and center. I'm sharing this particular window. No, 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 no. But it's not an IPO today. It all depends. I mean, I don't know if you have a filter that's blocking it, but I'd have to see your scan. It's not because it's an IPO though, but it's not an IPO today either. And it was an IPO last week. Um, I don't think well, I think it's almost impossible for you to have this one, right? But how about this? I'll just show you how you can have this one, meaning the relative strength leaders from the close. Okay. Well, I don't have gainers gappers though. You're saying you have all the ones that I've got. I don't have that. Okay. I can only show you the scans that I've got, and it's showing up here. Where you're getting when you say, are you talking about our channel that has, I just don't know where you're getting it from, okay? I just don't know where you're looking that you're not seeing it. It's hard for me to know. I mean, are you looking at somewhere in a channel bar at one of our channels? Well, I don't know what you mean by an alert search. I mean, I have it right here. I have it right here. You can see it right here. TWG. You can see my screen, right? Okay. Okay. Now I haven't got it on a scan as such. Now, if you could come into the main room and you could give me your scan. You can't do it in YouTube. Okay. The exchange agreement is just to make sure you're not a professional, Ash. Okay. Marwan, you can keep posting over and over again, but I can't know what you're looking at. Okay. I don't know what exactly you're looking at. You're saying gainers and toppers. Are you talking about something from our channel? Okay. I mean, I just don't know what you're looking at. Okay. You can keep posting, but if I don't know what you're looking at, I can't help you. Do me a favor. I mean, if you came into the other room, oh, you're talking about here, go to new, and then I don't use this at all, but okay. And you're talking about these? Talking about one of these things or yeah, I but you're saying a top list now, okay? These are all scans. These are all, so which one are you using? Just out of curiosity. Okay, Marwin, I'm sorry. I just, man, like, I can't help you. I don't know exactly which one you're looking at. Okay, it's but it's more. It could be some filter that's in there. It's nothing to do with the fact that it's an IPO from before. One of the things could be, for instance, I'm just looking at this. Okay, as an example, one of the filters in there could be the average daily volume. Okay, 10-day. Well, guess what? And I'm just guessing, okay, without seeing exactly what you're using. I'm just guessing. But let me. So, for instance, this one has only been trading for 4 days. So, for instance, if you were trying to see this one, then you can see what the filters are. Okay, so if I go to the bullish strategies, and I wanted to pick this one up turbo breaks up. But look, one of the filters, average 10-day daily volume is greater than 500,000 shares. Okay. It could be that because it's only been trading for 4 days. Okay. As an example, if I were going to use this particular alert, it would not show up as an example. But where are you finding that? I'm sorry, Marwin. It's not from here. I don't see new top list gappers gainers. I don't see it here. I don't know which one you're talking about. But do me a favor, right click on the scan, okay? Right click on it and see if maybe there's a filter that has an average daily volume. Okay, I'll go back to new. Could be the float. Yeah, it could be a float. Well, sometimes when it's a very new issue, our provider. Okay, top list window. Okay, gainers. Here you go. I see. So there, 5 days, right there, 5 days. Weekly, it's not going to show up. See, it's got a 5-day average volume. It's only been trading for 4. Okay. Okay. It's only been trading for 4 days. So, and every single filter in here has an average 5-day volume. Okay. So there's your answer. Okay. Now you could take that out. I personally do not ever use the average 5, 10, because on the day it's really exploding. Who cares what it was averaging before? Well, okay, for because I guess it's so new, our provider does not have the information. Okay, for TWG, and sometimes it's really hard to get a handle on the float. But that's all I can say. Our provider does not have that data yet. Well, I will try one more time, okay? Now, before I do that, let me bring up TWG. Couldn't tell you why, Cafe. Uh, I couldn't tell you. All I know is that's what seems to be working in terms of IPOs. The Singaporean ones right now could change tomorrow. So let me bring up TWG again. Okay. Okay. Now, give me a moment. Okay, you got it. Okay, good. Sort of teamwork. Ah, okay. Well, that's the see, and the float wasn't in here. You must have added the float because the float was not in there. Okay. Anyway, I'm glad you got it working. So I cannot help you, Ash. B, C, and D, but I tell you, I just don't see what you're trying to do. I understand it's the yeah, it basically say no. What they're trying to ask you, are you a professional trader? I mean, the 99.9% of the people are not. We have to send out an email to everybody, not at the same time, but when they signed up. Every year, people have to answer, the question, are you a professional trader? Because the exchanges want that information. And if you are, then of course the exchanges will charge you. Again, 99.9% of our people who are subscribers to Trade Ideas are not. The problem is sometimes they forget and they think it's they forget to answer that email, and then they get their service cut off because we have no choice. But anyway, in your particular case, I digress. In your particular case, you just have to say you're not a professional trader, okay? So probably I don't see so just reply no. Yeah. If you are, then the securities or the exchange will charge you. If you're a professional trader, they will charge you, a certain amount of money, to have access to their data. I mean, it's a real pain for us to have to send these emails out to everybody every single year. Well, could people lie? Of course they could, but you could say you're not, of course, but if you get caught, well, it's like anything else, I guess. Yeah, DBO. Well, there's no float. There's no float for ETFs and all. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about exactly. There are no float. There's no float information for ETFs funds. Okay, the outfit. All I'm saying is that our provider, for whatever reason, does not have the float information. I'm not saying the float information is not out there, but our provider doesn't have it. Okay. I'm not saying the float information, but we have a data provider, and for whatever reason, they don't have the float information yet. Okay. And it might be because it's too new. It'll be added. It should be added soon. Yes. Well, give me another one. Give me a stock that doesn't have float information. Okay. Now there are some foreign stocks that sometimes that happens, but give me a stock, like a real stock, not a fund like DBO or. Well, you know what? This is what I do though. When I don't see float information, I just go to this site right here called Dilution Tracker. Okay. When I don't see float information, or if I see something that looks really, really low, I always want to go to another source and check it. Okay. So that's what I do. So you'll see if you type in TWG there, you'll see they do have the float information, but our provider doesn't. That's all I can say. Now, if you want to send an email to Trade Ideas saying how come, go ahead. I wish we did. And what I do is I typically send this off to our development, and but I don't think there's not an absolute number for that perfect circle. Okay, I think that's more the issue. I can't say on our provider we'll have this in 10 days or 5 days, or that's the problem. There are some equities that are, I've noticed, say Israeli stocks, some foreign stocks. Okay. And there is a hack for that. If it says zero, there's a custom filter you can use that will kind of prevent that. But if you're asking me for an explanation, I have none. Okay, I mean, I don't know why our provider doesn't have that. And you might say, "Well, change providers." And yeah, I mean, if you really, why don't you send something to info@trade-ideas.com? Okay, and you can you can bring it up. Coming from our customers, I mean, I listen. I talk to them, the developers, not the developers, but I every time we don't have float information or it looks out of whack, I'll let them know, and they usually make sort of a manual change. But go ahead, please do. Please, go to info@trade-ideas.com and say, how come no float information? Is there any way to reverse the behavior of the mouse wheel? Well, I'm not sure I understand exactly. So you're talking about zooming in and out of a chart, Marty? Let me get a bigger, something that has a little more data. Okay, so I'm going to zoom in and out of this chart. So I left click on the chart just so the system knows that I'm in this chart. Control key, press down on the keyboard. Now I'm zooming one way, and now I'm zooming another way. So what is your question exactly? Now, if you're talking about moving the chart, no. Manny, did see you had a question around 11:52. I don't know if you're still in the room. So without control, um, well, I'm doing it now. I'm just, it's not what I want to see, but I am doing it now. I'm just using the scroll wheel on my mouse, and I don't have control key pressed down. Okay, that's what happens when I do it. Yeah, no, it doesn't zoom. You're right. You have to zoom. You got to have the control key pressed down. Okay. Whoa, Mr. MNDR, big reversal now. I wonder if they're doing a financing or something. This is not shortable for me, Interactive Brokers, so I could not do it if I wanted to. That's a tough one, though, Todd. That WISA, it is a tough one. I think I had an alert set up here for the break of yesterday's high. Well, here's today's high. I mean, if it breaks today's high late, I mean, it could get going again. I know it's another 70 cents away, but it could get going again because, look left, the next high is almost 11. So you guys had shorts available at Questrade then for MNDR. I was amazed at that you guys have, and Interactive Brokers does not. Hmm. Yeah, William is off today. So this room will probably close around 3 o'clock, guys, today. All right. I will stick around if there are questions, as always, but nobody will be. Once I go, both rooms are shut. See, look how tough WISA is to trade, Todd. All over the place. I mean, tough to trade unless you put a really wide stop. I mean, you could say, okay, I'll take this trade at 724. My stop is down here at 650. Well, that's a huge stop. If you want to get a 1 for 2, then let's do some quick math. That's 75-cent stop. So you've got to have a realistic do you have a realistic expectation of making $1.50 on the trade? Well, maybe. I mean, but there's the high right there of 8. So you see right there, if you put a very wide stop, it doesn't make sense. Now, if you have a tighter stop, sure, but then you run the risk of getting stopped out pretty quickly because it's so volatile. Okay, you Quest traders, did you guys have shorts for PAPL at Quest Trade? PAPL. I'll be really ticked off if you do. Okay, good. I haven't seen a day like this in a long time, guys. Only one alert from our AI today. We've had one, maybe 2 days with nothing. I remember the one time way back when Brexit hit and the AI did nothing. Not because all the strategies were disabled, but nothing triggered, nothing fired. That was Brexit, and there might have been one other day, but this is definitely unique to have only one alert for the entire day. But if you had shorts for it, it was good, 22%. Yeah, I've got nothing. Yeah, nothing here. This tells you something, really tells you something. And not just that. I mean, sometimes I will not get anything in the combo scan, but this will be fairly full. I mean, this is it. Now I anticipate that next week we'll see a big difference, up or down. I'm not saying the stocks are going up, but next week we have 500 companies releasing earnings, so we'll have a lot of. And typically, when a company releases earnings, a lot of them will have either 10-day daily breakouts or down. Depending on what they what the earnings release said. So may not happen on Monday because we'll only get the ones that release Monday morning, but on Tuesday we'll get the ones that release Monday afternoon after the market closes, plus Tuesday morning before the market opens. So we'll have. I think Tuesday should be a pretty interesting day. Yeah, there is a custom formula. You're right, perfect circle. There is a custom formula for that, for sort of a bit of a hack. If there's null, in other words, there's no value for the float. I hate to say it, Prague, but yes, I am, and I'm thinking of holding. Okay, but I don't want to say it because I don't want people to be certainly influenced by me. It's a highly risky, but I've just got this hunch or whatever you want to call it. Duolingo really got added to the S&P, what, mid cap 400? Was that yesterday? Thought it got added yesterday. Hmm. I think it was yesterday they got added, right? Yeah. Set to join. Okay, so that was the announcement on the 14th, on the 17th. Trading Monday. Okay. It'll be effective. No, that's MDC. So when is just not sure when it is effective. Is this one MDC is effective on Monday, April 22nd, but when is this one affected? All right, Duolingo. Got to bring it up again. Okay, yes, but when? The stock will replace Cable One and the S&P Midcap 400. But when? Not that it matters exactly. I mean, the market's going to tell us. It is April 22nd also? Okay. So Monday, in other words. Well, the news hit yesterday that that was happening, and it was pretty exciting for it, I guess. But up here, but you know what? It's going to take a bigger catalyst than that, I guess, to convince people to buy. Not in this market anyway. This one from yesterday, BSY, got all the way up to 54. This is in the abnormal. I mean, this is in the abnormal option activity scan, but I'm not that interested. I mean, I just had to click on it to see what it looked like, but I'm not that interested. All right, guys. So good. Oh, did it really? I thought it would keep you in one or the other perfect circle. What's the next high for WISA? Okay, other than today's high, to me today's high is at 802, but on the daily chart, it looks like it's around 1094, 1095. So, but today, of course, there's a high up at around 8. Oh man, well, guys, what a what a comeback now for MNDR. Look at this big bottoming tail all the way down there to 2360, and then popping right back almost. Well, there's a topping tail there, but wild action on this one now, MNDR. All right, guys, I'm going to go to our website. I want to download that. This is what you guys are going to see. So if you're on a Mac or something or a tablet and you want to be part of the contest, all right, let me see if I can do it here. I'm going to search for again. I'm going to search for that TRSG. I want to see. I don't understand why it's not wasn't. Get off of here. Hmm. Yeah, that's a challenge. Okay, let me go here. Oh, sorry, guys. I don't use this. Obviously, you can tell. Now, trade ticket. This should trade it. That's all I did with AA, unless they've disabled it. That is real time. I'm looking at the price, 716. Yes. No, no explanation. I love showing this though. Look at Oliver right at the top. Won the last one. Okay, maybe try it here. Well, you better practice on this, guys, before you remember. It's only in a simulator, so it's not real money. But I'll try to work on it maybe over the weekend to see if I can figure that out. GL perfect circle. GL. Now, what happened with PRI? Did it keep its recovery from yesterday? Yeah. So that big short seller, a bear cave, he had a brief moment of glory by causing this stock PRI Primerica to tank down to 184 before it completely recovered. I think so, Cody. I mean, with websites, yeah, it's just a matter of finding out where. Okay, in other words, usually in Benzinga or some of the websites, you just there's going to be an area where you can type in a stock, right? Where you're going to put in a stock, and then so you just establish the link, tools, external linking, and then follow the instructions, add the link, okay, and probably go like imagine this were the Benzinga website, and this was like the order entry box. Put your mouse there, pointer right there, hold down the shift key, and that might do it. No guarantees. I mean, they don't care whether we link to them or not. But I have linked to other websites, and it's worked okay. So you just try it. Whew, give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Just out of curiosity, and Pepe could probably answer, but background noise today, how's it been? I'm not, this is about the third week now. I'm in with the new mic, not using any noise canceling. Sound might be good. I'm talking about the background noise, though. Just wondering if there's a little radio going on in the background. Ah, okay, Pepe, I got you. I got to talk more. That's all. It's not my radio. I've got my music piped in. You're going to hear me. You could not hear me pouring my coffee. Really? It must be everybody's system must be different. What am I listening to? I've got alt music from Sirius FM or Sirius FM, Sirius XM. It got halted on the way down. Yep. Actually, let me see what PRI. Look at these lawyers. Did they see the share price? Did they see how it recovered? I mean, my goodness, these lawyers, they just crawl out of the woodwork, these class action lawyers talking about the PRI. Now, they may be talking about here, but I don't know what happened here. 250 down to 212. That's to me, that's probably just the market. Though that's a pretty big drop ahead of that, the allegations of fraud here. All right, guys, 2:30. I've got about a half an hour to go. Okay, Todd. So, any questions? Good time to ask questions now. I've got about half an hour before I shut everything down. Ah, okay. Okay. Yeah, you're right. Probably here, right? Was that the 10th GL? Yeah. So that's the 11th. So that's the 11th. Okay. So yeah, so that's the same time the GL moved down, kind of a sympathy play. Well, maybe he's got something shady. Maybe the guy does know something. I'm sure you're kidding, Black Experience in our YouTube room, asking me for that advice. Well, if you're not really asking me, so the question, I thought you were just kind of kidding. Should I sell my WISA and run like heck before it dips? I can't answer that. What if I say yes, and then in the next half second it pops up 50 cents to $8, right? You can't ask me for advice. I thought you were just kind of kidding. The trend on Siri. How many shares? Actually, I think Siri didn't they do a reverse? They used to have billions of shares. I remember when it was like a 2 or 3 cent stock. Still got a lot of shares now. Look at that. Look at Siri. I'm probably their last subscriber or something. Amazing. Locutus, I don't think he's in the room anymore. He used to be in for years and years and years. He used to work at Siri, and he used to always chime in every time I mention Siri. But I haven't seen him for a long time now. Who are you talking about? Are you talking about Locutus regarding Siri? He just happened to work there a long time ago. Oh no, but he when he was in the room, he wasn't working there anymore. He had not worked there for a long time. We get that every now and then, you know. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Some I might say some stock, and some guy might pop up and say, "Oh, I used to work there, 10 years ago. Great company, terrible company, whatever." But that's all. Radio Canada Apple Store. What am I supposed to get out of that one, Casa? No, I understand. I understand. Radio Canada. I understand, but what does the reference talking to Casa in our main room? Oh, download the app. Oh, I see. I see. Well, I'm also a fan. I mean, we're getting way off topic here, guys, but I'm also a fan of all the sports they've got on Sirius. It's not so much the music. If in fact, if it weren't for the sports, I probably wouldn't have it because I can get music anywhere. You're right. NKGN late day runner. You're absolutely right. Could be NKGN late day runner. Next high looking left. Well, it's at that high. The next high is 179. All right, guys, 2:37. So I'm counting the minutes. I try to put 23 minutes or so. Again, I'll always stay later if there are some questions. Well, look at this TPVG, guys. Could be interesting next week. I mean, look at the day it's had. It's wiped out all of this on the daily chart. The next high is, well, almost 10. So it's almost there. But man, I mean, if it ever got through 10, actually, this is a venture. Okay, forget it. This looks, this looks, I thought I was going to see like a $4 or $5 gap here, but no. Wow, look at the Visa. See, what if I told you to sell your Visa Black Experience? See, and I thought I was kidding. How it could pop 50 cents in well, it wasn't a second, but a couple of minutes. In all seriousness, I have to be very careful what I say. Somebody says they heard the guy in Trade Ideas tell me to sell this or to buy this, and I'm suing. Seriously. Doesn't matter in this day and age, RTG, doesn't matter. You say something and then gets recorded and it comes back to haunt you. So, but look at Wisa, guys. I mean, honestly, look at Wisa here. Almost at the high of the day, which was about 9, or sorry, 9.8. 804 was the high of the day. Takes that out. It could go on that late day run. It's a low bar, a perfect circle. All right, guys. We haven't seen a late day runner for a while, probably because of the market. A late day runner meaning something like this that starts to run and keeps running right into the close, as opposed to just having the big drop again. I'm not saying this is going to happen, of course, and something that happens after hours. Something that like closes near the high at 4 o'clock and keeps running after hours. Can't remember the last one. I remember there was one a little while ago. A little while ago, meaning within the last 3 weeks. Haven't seen one for a long time though. We saw that one. I can't remember what it was, and before then, I hadn't seen one for a long time. There it goes, guys. See, you think I'm kidding? You think I'm kidding? Black experience. If you were serious, should I sell my Wisa and run like I'll clean it up just a tad, run like heck before it dips? That was the question at 2:31 from Black Experience in our YouTube room. Okay. So what have I said? Yes, you should. Yeah, no, none. Well, you're right, Oliver. None at Interactive Brokers, but in the contest, yes. But you'll be able to do it in the contest if you wanted to. Gigolo, sorry. G JGLO, the JP Morgan Global Select Equity Fund. Never seen this one before. Not doing too well. And here's another one. The JP Morgan Nasdaq Equity Premium Income ETF. So anybody in these funds, I don't mean these are typical. Well, I don't know who has these, but Okay, let's take a look at Z. Here we go. Baba mentioned ZCMD. Yeah, up, down, up, down. Yeah, guys. So look what's happening here. These are showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. You're wondering why I'm showing them. So these are all like the mags, the Magnificent Seven ETF. Not so magnificent. These two are uh, the JGLO, and there was another one that I just put up there. And these are all funds. Oh, JEPQ. This showed up here. So these funds are getting hit. I'm afraid to look at NVDA. Is it at 100 now? I'm kidding. Of course, I hope. Yes. Wow. So remember, this was almost 1,000. So 25% drop, basically. And even today, I mean, just look at today, 850 down to 768. Well, if you're talking the Magnificent Seven, right? I mean, I think that those are I don't know exactly what they are. Probably Amazon, Meta, Google, Apple. I think that those are what the Magnificent Seven are all about. Just a term. Whoa, this market. It's the weekly. Look at the weekly. Look at today's this week today. This week. So it'll be interesting to see if it gets down to that 480 level. If you guys remember, it took forever to get above that 480. 480 was the all-time high back here somewhere, and it finally got above 480. And this was back in beginning of the year, and it's been on a steady run. But last 3 weeks, no bueno. Well, that could be, that could be an area that could hold. I'm not predicting it's going to, but there, at 480. Forever's a long time, Shady. Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll optimistically put a price alert at 524 on the SPY and see if later on this year it hits it. All right, guys, it's 10 to 3. If there are no more questions, I think I will shut everything down. Again, I'll stick around if there are questions. Long day, long week. It weighs on you, I mean, unless you're a perma bear or something like that. I mean, it sort of definitely kind of weighs on you. And a lot of you have 401ks. I think that's what you call it in your country. So, I mean, it kind of weighs on you. So I don't want to make light of a market that's doing this. That's for sure. All right. I don't see any questions. So, well, again, thanks for all the help today, guys. as always. And again, I have to shut down both rooms. Okay. William is not here to keep it open. So I'll be shutting down both rooms. See you on Monday. I'll get on the mic at 9 o'clock Eastern time in the morning, of course. And so have a great weekend, and we'll see you on Monday. So I'm going to stop the screen sharing. Muting myself in the main room. And now, YouTubers, I say, bid you guys adieu also.